What's up, gamers? How's it going? Sorry for the delay. I changed my encoder to do hardware encoding, but I learned the hard way that Twitch does not support hardware encoding. So when I did it, it would it was really weird. It started the stream, but it didn't actually stream. I don't know how to explain it. It's just not broadcasting data. So it messed everything up. But we're good now. So. Anyways, welcome in. How's it going, Oshik? What's going on? Just gonna send a DM here really quick. Yeah, today we're going to be working on more bugs. There's a couple more bugs that were found, which I want to take a look at. Hopefully we can just try and fix as many little things as we can, so. I still haven't played on the Minecraft server recently. I need to. Maybe today we'll do that if we have a break. So, hey, Devlato, thank you so much for the sub. Or the resub, I guess. Yeah. The confetti still doesn't work. I've tried to fix it. I don't know why. I think it's something wrong with Twitcher, but we'll manually trigger it. But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So hey, Desiree, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, thank you so much. That's awesome. Yeah, I do want to talk to you about dedicated server stuff. I think so. You mentioned yeah, just making a GitHub repo. Yeah, so that'd probably be the best way. I mean, let's see here. For updating the server, because I imagine I might do that quite a bit. How would that process go? Am I gonna just have access to the repo and then I just push the update to the server, or is it more of because I mean, how would you... You're gonna have to rerun the server, I guess, every time, right? Okay, it auto updates. Okay, cool. And then is that gonna automatically restart the server, or what happens with that? Okay, cool. Yeah, that would be epic. I can send those over. I'm gonna spend today just fixing up some bugs, and then I think it's finally time for the actual dedicated server. So yeah, that would be awesome. I do really appreciate it again. So So yeah, let me see. I just gotta send one message here. Hold on, everybody. You can make a Docker file for it? Yeah. That'd be cool. Yeah, how do you even make a Docker file? It seems, I have no idea how. It's on the bottom for print words. Just make one like, oh, okay, it's just like a, okay. Alrighty. Okay. A banana is spooky. The guy in the bottom left? Yeah, he's pretty scary, isn't he? Yeah. It's a scary little guy. So I feel like my camera is off, unless I'm off. I'm probably off. It's okay. Oh, okay. So, bugs. Buggy bugs. I did discover one issue, which we're gonna have to figure it out, but, Jumpworks.com, there you go, yeah. There's orphan nodes. Only on multiplayer and on clients, though. And I don't know why. I've been trying to figure it out. I have a feeling you might have to do something with creating the world or something, but I don't know. It's a tricky one, so we're gonna look into that issue and see if we can figure out why there's orphan nodes. So yeah. Anyways, let's get going here. So here we are in Starground. So I fixed a couple bugs. I fixed that research bug, you know, where it was like not showing the right button thing or whatever. It was actually just an issue with let's see, the research button itself. It was in here. I was checking like if it was the current research to set that info, but that doesn't work because it's not always going to be the current research when it's been set. So yeah, it should be good now though. So, and then other bugs, let's go look in the forum here. So there is this one bug, which is interesting. I think I know what's happening now. If we watch this video, you guys tell me what's happening, huh? Oh, why did I get a Discord? I thought it's on streamer mode. Oh, was that in the video? It might have been. Okay, so now let's watch close here, guys. Ready? He goes back up over to here. And look, in the gears, there is an iron ingot, an erroneous iron ingot. Right? So I'm pretty sure I know what that's all about. Let me go enable streamer mode, because for some reason it's not. Alright. So I'm going to download that save, and we're going to take a look at it. I think I know how to fix it, but we'll see. Okay, so let's just launch the game and test that really quick. So I think what's happening is that when you first load in your world, it's like the data for everything hasn't been updated. So movers and stuff, they're gonna have like a delay where there's no filters yet. And that's kind of a big problem because it means that sometimes they might move things they're not supposed to. So what I'm gonna have to do is just set like, make sure that movers wait until the world is actually fully loaded in before it starts moving stuff around, right? And that's probably what I need to do. But let's, you know, test this. if Starground would ever load. Oh god. Oh, my eye. My eye has been super itchy. I don't know why. I got iitis, guys. It's all over for me. Okay, what is happening? Okay, we're good. Come on. Come on, Starground. Okay. Whoa, why is it running really bad? Okay. Let's drag this in. Oh my god. Let's go find item broken. And let's watch what's happening here. One question for the dedicated server. Which files should be persistent? They ever make changes to those files in the way they work? I might change the info inside of the files, but I'm probably not going to be, like, changing the formatting for a lot of those files very often, if that makes sense. Because I can show you sort of the, like, structure that we have right now with the server. If my computer would work. Okay. So we have, like, the console one, and then the regular exe, and then this run bat file. So let's see what we're gonna have here. We're gonna do... There will be a mods folder. The instructions thing doesn't matter. There's gonna be this file, settings.ini, and then users.ini. Those are gonna be kind of like the two files that persist. There's also Steam API DLL. So, I mean, I'm not really going to be adding or changing files around in here. It's mainly just going to be, you know, just changing what's inside of these files. So, here. If I open up this file, give me 1 second here, guys. If Windows would behave... Alright, it's broken. I can't do anything. But that's basically just the list. It's like on a Minecraft server, like the server.properties file. It has info about what the IP is, and the port, and the save, and all that stuff, right? So, that's just all in there. Okay. What is it doing? What are you doing, Windows? It's trying to access an old IP that doesn't even exist anymore. Okay. Dear God. Okay. Can I please open? Okay, this is what's inside of this settings file. So it's going to be the local IP, the port, save path, and then some other things like whitelisting and require Steam users. We're not going to have whitelisting on, but we will have this true. I might eventually go through here and add more of these like keys in here for different things, so, you know, keep that in mind, but I don't think it'll matter. Like, should be okay, I think. So yeah, let's go see what's happening here. So, yeah, I believe what's happening is this is making a gear, has a gear in its inventory. Or actually has iron in here, and so the mover is like, even though it's filtered to a gear and stuff, it's still pulling out an iron. Right, which is obviously an issue. So I think we can replicate this. If we get rid of the filter there, and we put in a stack here, and now we resave. Broken item. Or whatever it was, item broken. So I'm gonna resave that. Also, how come I can... in this menu? That should not be happening. Alright, so there's the iron. Now if we go ahead and quit out and load back in, I'm pretty sure it's going to move that same iron. You're certain it's not the iron going to the output? I don't think so. I think it's just the mover pulling from... like, it doesn't have the filter set up yet, and so it just pulls from the input slot, even though it's not supposed to. Yeah, see, so you can see an iron got put in there. So I do think that's what's happening. We can test this for sure. We can do this. Cut the power, right? And so we have like a known amount in here. So we know exactly how much iron should be in here. Right, okay, so there's 99 in there. There should be 99. If we resave. And then if it ends up being... I gotta fix that issue. I wonder what's happening. When I type in here and then I click stuff, I can mine again. I have to take a look at that. Okay, so it should be 99 if we go ahead and quit out. And then join back again. It's probably going to turn to 98 in there, and then there's going to be 1 in the chest. So let's go see. Join game. Yep, there's 98, and now there's 1 in the chest. So I know that this is coming from the input slot. I say that because the closed dedicated server had that issue of input and output and vice versa. Oh, it did? Interesting. Well, I think that's just because people kept changing the recipes, right? Because it was like in here, and then somebody changed it to copper wire or something, or something outputting a different material, right? What was your old save? Maybe. Oh, I might have fixed it since then. I know I did purposely cause that bug with some of the buildings before, but it shouldn't happen anymore. Yeah. Well, I think we're probably okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what the issue is, just this mover's pulling from the input slot, so what we need to do is make the mover wait a frame or whatever before it actually takes stuff out. Just delay it by a minute, you know? And that'll probably fix things. So it's gonna do all this stuff, right? If server,
Big
set
boy
physics
in the
process
house.
true. Hey, Robbie, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, just check for fully loaded is probably what I'm gonna do, right? Actually, I can't do that, though, unless it's... Right, not loaded yet. We can figure it out. This process is going to be happening, and this is something that I'm going to have to work out. Right? So I need to delay that also. So I think here's what I need to do. I need to say, if is server set process false... And then we just need to delay all this stuff. So, if global dot loaded or whatever is loaded. Here we go. If we're already loaded, then we go ahead and just do the stuff, right? Otherwise, I first need to do a couple things here. So we're going to set that to be false, and then we're going to set all this stuff to a function. Here, let's just do this. Function begin. So we just say run begin, but then here we're going to say global dot fully loaded dot connect to begin. And hopefully that'll work. We will see. So let's try running it up again. Yeah, that's something I was gonna ask about. Is like the console access stuff, because I'm gonna need some way to be able to like run commands in there and stuff. I mean, I can get it set up so that I already, like, I have my Steam ID set as, like, an operator so that I can run all the console commands from in-game. But, I mean, it would be ideal if there's some way to get console access, but I don't know. I mean, it's fine for now. I can work around it. It's just, you know, a little tricky. I do need to work on, like, permissions and stuff so that I can do that stuff from in-game. That would definitely help. All right, let's run this up again and see if that fixes the issue. Hey, Connie, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in. We're just working on some bugs right now, but what were you up to today in your stream? Yeah, my computer is slow right now. I'm figuring out memory leaks. I'm actually dealing with a similar thing right now. I've got I found that there's some orphaned nodes, which is basically a kind of leak, so I gotta figure that out today. We're gonna be taking a look at that. It's hard, found about 3. Well, that's good, yeah. Man, when I made stuff in GameMaker, I would get so many memory leaks, because like everything you had to manually close. Otherwise it just stays open forever. Concentration is done. I feel that, yeah. It's cool stuff. Yeah, I'm just, we're gonna fix this bug where, somebody recorded a video of it here. Where an iron ingot is being placed in this chest on reload. And I think it just has to do with, like, the movers not waiting to, update their filters until after the stuff is set up, and so an ingot gets through. So, we're gonna figure that out. I don't know why everything's broken. I am doing some stuff in the background. That's probably what's killing my computer right now, but... Orphan nodes are easier than object leaks. That is true, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can print out the orphan nodes, you know, I can say print orphan nodes, but they're just node 2Ds, so I don't know. They don't have a name or anything. It's going to be kind of tricky to figure out what's happening. But hopefully we can, yeah, get there. All right, let's see if this fixes it now. So if we go up to our mover, it should not have moved the item. Yeah, we're good. So that bug's fixed. It looks like it also indirectly fixed a bug down here, I think. I believe that this, I saw a piece of wood go through here. Yeah, I definitely saw a piece of wood go through here before, so I'm glad that we also fixed that one. Looks like we're good on that too now. Cool. Well, I think we're gaming. I don't see any. I mean, is there any downside to making it wait until the game's fully loaded? I might wait for a different signal because we don't have to wait until it's completely loaded, right? We just have to wait until the crafter and stuff is loaded in. So we can actually change the signal to something else. Because we've got a couple different signals up here, right? Buildings loaded is one that's probably going to work better, just so it doesn't have that much of a delay. This might not work. We'll see, though. Let's test it out and see what happens. I'll hop into bed. I was, way too long awake yesterday. My dog demanded early attention, so I need to catch some much needed sleep. Yeah, do it up. Sleep is very important. So, yeah, I appreciate the raid. Thanks so much for coming in, and get some good Z's. Thank you, yeah, appreciate it. Oh, my computers. The scan is almost done, guys. At 91%. I also realized I have 500 gigabytes of temporary files on my main drive. I saw that and I was like, ooh. That's not really supposed to happen. So I've got to clear out my temporary files, guys. It's weird that they seem to be persistent. I don't know what's going on with that. Like, they should, I feel like, clear out when I restart my computer, but it didn't do that, so I don't know what's going on. Windows is like just sticks and gum, guys. It's it's rough. I feel like I'm constantly having to spend so much time maintaining my computer or else it dies. Linux, the siren calls out to me. One of these days. Come on. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll just make another computer that's Linux. We'll see. I still want to use Windows probably for gaming and stuff, but I could see for development Linux might be very nice. And I could throw in another little computer here probably. I don't want to have to restart my computer every time I want to go over to the Linux computer, so... Oh, you found a way? Let's go. So yeah, how is that going to work out then? Oh my god. This is just... What's going on? Is it just my CPU is just dead? Like, let's check this. It's not really my CPU. I mean, it's got a little bit, but... That's probably just all the stuff in the background, guys. Oh well. It'll be done soon enough. Log into a web panel I have, then I assign you a team where you only have access to that specific project server. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would work if that works for you. And like, again, if you know... I really do appreciate it, but if I'm like overstaying my welcome, let me know. I know it's a whole thing that making me a team account and a web login and hosting the server. It's like I do really appreciate it, but if it's like I'm happy to, you know, do it myself if I need to. Oh, what is going on? Just let me load the game. I do also need to close some of these tabs. I do have a million open, but this is just especially bad today. Oh my god. Well, this is it's definitely troublesome. God, the scan is almost done. I'm scanning my computer files right now because yeah, I have too much stuff. So I thought it would go faster, but apparently not. And then CC Cleaner I installed. It's kind of malware, but then I can get rid of all my temporary files. I tried deleting them manually, but I sat there for like an hour and I'm like, oh my god, it's not even like 10% of the way there. So it's just, I gotta figure out another way to do it. It's just because there's too many files, Windows has to index all of them and find them first, and it just takes a million years. Hey, Dougley, what's up? Stash, yeah, I've been growing out the beard a little bit. How's it going? Okay, we're finally loaded in. Okay, one scan is done. Hopefully that'll help. Yeah, I bought some beard oil and then also beard butter because it's been a little itchy and annoying recently. So I need to hydrate, you know. I think that signal is actually fine. I think it gives the conveyor just like or the mover a frame to process the filter, and then I think we're okay. Because it seems like it's all good and normal. So, cool. So yeah, basically it's just waiting until all the other buildings are loaded in before the mover does its stuff, which makes sense, right? Because we don't want it to be doing stuff like before the other buildings are actually set up and loaded. So I think we're good to go. All right, well that bug has been fixed. Let's go mark that. Tell this person so much for sending that over. Figured out the issue, which was that browser grabbing items from the input slot of crafters. It'll be fixed for the next update. I'm not going to make any breaking changes to the server architecture. I can set up the Docker file and that now if you would like. Yeah, I think, I mean, let me think if there's anything else I would add in here file-wise. I mean, not really. It's just going to have the settings. I'll probably, I guess if this is like the template, right, it's going to have the settings file and instructions file. I can throw the run file or the run bat in there. I don't know if you need it though for a Docker file, because I mean a batch file is Windows exclusive, right? So you probably don't want to put that in there. You will need a different version though for different OSs, I guess. So yeah, okay, well, that's fine then. I can send you both the Linux version and the Windows version of the server, so... Yeah, I have a Linux build here of the server, so... I haven't really tested it just because I don't have a Linux computer, but... yeah, it should be fine in here. So I'll send that also over. Just trying to think if there's anything else in here I'm gonna need. Yeah, I can make a list of like the persistent files. I mean, users I don't have to pack because that gets automatically created, right? So like I wouldn't include that, but yeah, you'll need like this, the PCK, the exe, the .console exe, the settings file, I guess the instructions, and the run file, all those. Now, there is a couple things. I don't know what's going to happen here because right now the location that the server logs things, like for the logs, is in the users directory, which is basically just %app data %. I don't know what's going to happen if this gets ran. I don't know. In run though, like with the you can pass in an argument for the location of where to save the logs, so you can actually just specify the home directory, whatever, in here for the location of the logs. But I just have it set to user because I don't think I can do like a local path. I'm pretty sure this has to be an absolute path. I don't think it's relative to the location of here. Because I tried that and it just would crash, so. Should matter, should simulate the file system. Okay, yeah, emulate, yeah. Okay, well, that should be good then. Was I testing? Why did I have the game open? I don't even remember what I was testing. Let's just close that again. Alright, let's close all these other things, because it's getting slow. Okay, so that's one bug fixed. Let's mark this as being resolved. This is a weird one. The bullets not shooting and stuff. So, Oshik, where did you, like, run into this? Yeah, the sound effects and particles don't play. So is this only on multiplayer? Let's, take a look on multiplayer. Just give me a fresh Linux server build and I'll set it up and test it. Sounds good, yeah. Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, as long as the Windows one is working, I don't see why the Linux one wouldn't, but yeah. I'll just, yeah, get that re-exported. Yeah, I'm just gonna fix bugs right now. I mean, unless you want me to send over the version I have right now, it's not gonna be up to date, but that's okay, right? Because you just need the file structure, right, to set up the Docker file. Okay, so let's try multiplayer here. So I think my computer's running better now, so that's good. Thank God. Okay, so the bullets were... All right. Localhost. Let's drop some crap here. Now, let's see what's happening for this person when bullets are fired. So, when this person shoots a bullet, what happens? Let's see. Okay, well, we need, like, a real one, so give... Is it the Chumbo? Yeah. And then let's get, like, a sniper barrel or something. Okay. So now that will shoot bullets normal. Yeah, so that is a bug with multiplayer. I can just already see when I'm shooting on the server over here, it's not doing anything on the client. Right, so you can watch what's happening here. That's definitely a bug. So we're gonna fix that. Doesn't really matter, just need the file structure to get it working. Because I'd also need to be able to join the server to test if everything's correct. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can go ahead and send it over. There is a... You should be able to join with the preview version still right now. Or the experimental version. You know, if you just go to properties and betas, then load up experimental. Should be like 0.13.1-EX1. I can go ahead and send this stuff over right now. Just so that you can get that going. So let's create a zip. So you're gonna want, is that gonna, okay, that copies it, yeah. The run file, the instructions file, the settings file, all of these, and then the Steam API file. So let's just call this Windows or Starground server template or something. Well, I'm gonna give this a version name. Let's just call it Windows v 0.13.1-EX1, because that's what it is. Okay, so I'm pretty sure these are the base ones that you need. Just the instructions file, which I didn't like really fully fill out completely yet. Yeah, I'll probably pass that one and then. Or run starground.console. We'll figure out what's going on with that. Okay, so yeah, I'll pass in. Let's just modify the settings file, so no longer whitelist. I'll say that one's true for now. And this should all be fine. I'll just save that. Copy it. Let's go into here. I can't paste. Never mind. I'll paste this one. Delete the old example one. Settings-example. Put that into there. Alright. Come on. You should be good. I'll delete this one because with how Steam works, I think if I override the file, like override the settings file or something, it would be bad because then it would delete people's servers. So I have to pass in, like, for an update, like an example one that people can make their own version of. But this should all be good. Instructions. Run. Yeah. Alright, I will send that over to you. And then I can also get the Linux one set up. Do you want that right now? Just gonna give you pretty cheap server hosts in Germany. Yeah, that's fine. I don't think Starground really needs a super crazy server to run, if I'm being honest. I mean, I don't think it's really that intensive of a game. It doesn't have to do any graphics stuff. I mean, computationally, maybe a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. If we need more server power, then we can figure it out. So let me go search for, let's see here. It's on the ranged weapon shoot. Or I guess it's in tool action. Yeah, so this is where it's doing all this stuff. I wonder why this isn't happening for the client, though, right? Oh, it's just because this is all is server. Well, yeah, that's a mistake. So here, let's fix this. So it's going to do all that stuff, create the tween. And then projectile creation, that's only going to be if is server, right? All of this stuff. Right there. And then this stuff should happen for both, right? It's just going to create a tween. It's going to set screen shake and all that stuff. So we're going to say if is multiplayer authority, then do that stuff. Camera position and hit zoom. But otherwise, all this should be doing stuff. All right, let's see if that fixes the issue then. So if I go ahead and fire my gun on the server. So it is indeed playing the noise and doing the smoke and stuff. Now, one issue is it's not rotating the bullet properly. It's probably I just need to pass in like a rotation variable. Because I think I say in here, I'm saying projectile dot rotation. Yeah. So let's just go into projectile, enemy projectile, synchronizer, and just sync rotation. And just set it to never. We only want it to do once. And let's test this out. So hopefully this will work. Let me mark this one down now. Fixed an issue where movers could take items out of buildings, building input slots on game load. All right, let's host up another game. Bop. This one, bop. Join local host. Let's see if this all works. So give the chumbo, oops. Sniper barrel. Drop all my crap. Boom. All right. Then this one's probably saying, hey, you're already on the server. So let's fix it. Okay. So let's see if this is now syncing. I'm also just gonna make sure here that audio is off over here, just to make sure it is. Yeah, it's playing audio on the client. Cool. Now you can see that the bullets are doing what they're supposed to be doing. So that's very good. And it should work with all the projectiles. Let's just make sure really quick though, like if I have a, yeah, the poison cloud is working and spinning properly. So I think we're good to go. Well, thank you, Oshik, for finding that bug. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think we're all good now. Alright. Let's mark that as being fixed. It's an issue where guns and projectiles were broken on multiplayer clients. Okay. One thing I did not check is the other way around, like if a client is shooting a gun. So I can check that really quick. Let's just get rid of resolved. All right, really quick, let's just test, you know, the other one. A client shooting a gun. Just to make sure that it works. And then we've almost gotten, like, all the bugs finished. I mean, there's still bugs, but, like, the big ones, you know. So, let's go ahead and make a quick little gun. It's looking good to me. I believe I hear 2 audio sources, yeah. Oh, did you want the Linux one? Okay. I can send that over, my bad. Also, I'm getting errors in here. Let's take a look at this. What's throwing all these errors? Oh, okay. I didn't know that had to do with the gun. Is that a projectile thing? Oh. That might be something here. Let's see if the projectile has any tweens. It does, so... Interesting. Might be part of the problem here. Yeah, it's probably just not freeing that tween or something on death. So I'll take a look at that. Alright, I can go ahead and re-export the Linux server for you, Debuano. Export Linux server. Now, I don't know if it's creating the console wrapper. I don't think it is. I'm gonna have to do that. Unless that little, that was the console wrapper. This thing? Starground server shell script? Can I edit this? I don't know. Well, we'll see. Alright, that's been exported. Now, yeah, let's see what we can do here. I think if I say, let's try and see what happens here. If I export debug, is that going to create the shell script? It created it anyways, so I don't know if that's like, I don't know if it's going to open the console when you run that, right? I don't know. It's not really an easy way I can test for that, so... Anyways, let's go copy over the other files. I'll just open this up for a second here. Go back into Linux server. So we got the PCK, that stuff. So we need those. So I'll send you the batch file. I mean, I know that you can't run a Windows batch file on a Linux machine. Well, maybe you can. I don't even know. But... yeah, you can change that. Now, I don't know what I'm going to do here. with the... God. It's always so annoying to do here. But I'm pretty sure if I get rid of the template here, then I export it as the Linux server, and then I export it with debug, it'll create the console variant. It's always a nightmare to have to do this step. It did not create the console variant, so... Maybe that file is the console wrapper then, so I'm just gonna assume that it is. But we'll find out in a minute, I guess. Alright, I gotta go get the template again now. Template debug Linux. And let me just make sure that it's actually using the Steam stuff. Alrighty. Pack it all in here. Starground. Server. Linux. V 0.13.1-EX1. Put all the stuff in there. Boom. Alright, I'll go ahead and send that to you. Hopefully that'll work. We'll see. Untested technology. Alrighty. There you go. So that's an interesting bug with this tweener. Is that it looks like it's the projectile tweener. Because I kept seeing that in there a lot. This target object freed thing, so I think property tweener start. It's probably this that's happening here, so I just need to say whenever we run queue free is that I free the tween. So let's just do that. Call it var fade tween, right? Is get tree.create tween. Now on queue free. Let's see here. But you know what here? Why not just make the death of this between.queue free, right? Callback queue free. And I have to make sure that only happens on the server. Right. So if is server, then do that. You need email, I can send that over. Yeah, I sent it over on Discord. Here, I'm gonna create this so at onReady var is server is multiplayer dot is server. Now I can just reference that. Let's replace multiplayer dot is server with that. I don't know if it's really that much more performant to call that once at the beginning. It's probably not a big difference, but why not? Okay, so that should only queue free if we're the server now. So we don't have to do any garbage here with the lifespan. But I guess it's whatever. We don't need to do it that way then. It's gonna do some other fancy stuff. But whenever we say queue free now, we're just gonna say fadetween.kill, right? So fadetween.kill. Right there. And right here, fadetween.kill. And actually, why not just do this? This is gonna make way more sense. I'm being stupid right now. We just say tree exiting dot connect fadetween.kill, right? I think I can just say that. Yeah. So whenever the projectile's about to die, it should now free the tween. Yeah, I knew it was gonna crash, but let's relaunch it and see what happens here. Oh my god, Microsoft Flight Simulator on my computer is 165 gigs. I messed with it like a little bit, and then I just stopped playing it. Well, it's not actually that size. It's because all the assets are in a different folder. Okay. I'm just gonna say delete permanently on that. Alright, so let's check out... We don't need to be in multiplayer to test this. Just check for bugs in here. Oh. Cannot call create tween on a null value. Right, we have to say add-on ready. Or we just say var fade tween is that type of tween. And then down here we say fade tween is equal to that. Let's try that again. Delete it. Okay. Let's try this again. So if I launch the bullet, yes, no more tween errors. All right, so that's good. That is a bug fix. Issue where... Hey, White Vault, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in, everybody. What were you up to today on your stream? Yeah, how was it? We are just fixing bugs right now. Yeah, welcome in, everyone. Projectile tweens were not cleared properly. So yeah, we are working on our game Starground today. Been working on this for a little over a year. Today we're running through a lot of multiplayer bugs. I guess multiplayer and non-multiplayer, basically just bugs. Mostly multiplayer bugs. There's a bunch in here that I'm kind of slowly checking off. We fixed this this one where like ranged projectiles were not rotating properly and stuff like that. We fixed that already. Some research issues, just a whole bunch of things. But yeah, it's going pretty good. I'm just we're working on dedicated server support, so right now I'm focusing just on making things stable, because we want to put up a public server for everybody to play on. I think it'd be really fun too. So yeah, just going through random things. Yeah, what were you working on today? Let's see, what other bugs can we even fix? We fixed a lot of them already. I guess there is the dreaded bug. There's this one bug that I've been wanting to fix for a really long time, but it's a nightmare to fix. For some reason so for anyone that's not familiar, for any of the new people that doesn't know what Starground is, Starground has dungeons. This is the main automation area, but if we go over to the dungeons in here, there's like a deeper level to the dungeons called the lab. So if I just cheat really quick and go over to the lab, Let me kill this schmuck really quick. Okay. So down here, for some reason, on multiplayer, there can be some pretty serious lag. Like, just enormous lag spikes. I really don't know why. It's been really frustrating trying to figure out that issue, because it seems like no matter what I do, it still keeps happening. So, I'm gonna try and take a look at that and see if we can decipher the cause of all the lag down here. Because it's annoying. I think it has to do with the spider guys, the diametises. They spawn in, like, more scenes. I think it's these guys spawning in for some reason that's, like, lagging it. So I'm kind of curious to see, like, let's just see if we can replicate this bug, first off. I don't know if it still does the lag, if it's just on my local machine, so we're gonna see about that. But yeah, we've got to figure it out, though. It's getting annoying. It's fun to debug lag. Yeah, it's really hard because it's like, it's not necessarily like a bug or something that just crashes the game. Like, that's easy to fix because it's like, okay, I can see why it crashed, find that part, fix it. But with this, it's just kind of like, I don't know, things are just slow for some reason. Right? It's just really annoying. And I've tried, like, opening it up in the profiler to see if I can see why it's lagging, but it doesn't show anything. So I don't know what's going on. It does show that, like, there's physics lag or whatever, that the physics frame gets slow, but I guess it doesn't really tell me anything, because I still don't know why. That's my problem right now. We're gonna try and figure this out. And the other thing that's frustrating too is, like, I don't think locally I can test it, because I'm pretty sure when I connect here just on my local machine, it doesn't actually lag. So I don't know how we're gonna test this. We'll just double check and make sure, but I think this is not gonna lag, unfortunately. Let's go over to the boss. Kill him really quick. Alright. So if we join the dungeon over here, go down here, and then everyone goes down into the dungeon. So let's open up the show FPS thing in the corner, and let's just start walking around and seeing what happens here. Okay, that one's just resources. See, so, oh, okay, it is lagging. So at least we can replicate it. I mean, that's the first step to fixing any bug, right? Is just being able to make it happen. But it's just like, why? I mean, I can run the profiler on here, then we can see, like, what happens when it lags, but it doesn't really tell me anything, right? So, okay. We've gotten these two peaks. This is obviously where it's lagging. But if we go down to what's happening, let's see, it's not that one. It's hard to get it because it's like low res. Right here, you can see physics time for some reason is 339 milliseconds, which is a long time. But why? I mean, this integrate forces thing is 11. That's not fast, but I don't think that's the cause. It's not like a script function in here, obviously, you can see. So why is physics time so big? I don't know. It's super annoying. And it's only with this guy. I think it also maybe happens on Spore or something, but it's so weird. Something on Discord? Okay. I can do that. Let me do that real quick. Yeah, it only happens on multiplayer too, which is another thing that's frustrating. Because it's like, I don't know. I don't know why it's happening. There's all this stuff. I don't know. This is with the multiplayer synchronizer. Ignoring delta for non-authority or invalid synchronizer. There's probably something with the mini diadmatist that's messed up. Duh. So I'm syncing velocity sync. I mean, none of that should be a problem. Should be okay. So why is that happening? There's gotta be something causing this. This contains one symbol. Alright, I have done it, Dublato. Am I able to log in now? Okay. I can now log in, yeah. It's asking me for stuff. It'd be a remote server. I don't know if I should. Yeah, okay. Do the enemies track all users? That'd be a physics thing. I'm curious if they might be trying to attack someone they can't reach. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was one of the first things that I experimented with this, was like the pathfinding of enemies, right? Because you'd think it would make sense if it's like a physics-related thing, it's some issue with pathfinding, right? But I've messed with that, and that doesn't really seem to be the issue in this case. So I don't know. Because what's happening in here, this is where it's lagging out. It's this call right here. It's happening only on the server. So it's just spawning in some guys. It's saying, load these guys, instantiate, and then right here, I can change this now to global.main, but then call deferred, child, and then true. So I mean, it should be fine. I don't know why it's lagging. We can change this to preload. I hate to do it because then it means you can't mod those guys, but let's see if it even works. Oh, you can skip it? Okay, I'll just skip onboarding. Okay, I am in. I see the Starground team. Yeah, here we go. I see the server. Cool. Epic. Yes, I mean, let's see. Okay, cool. There is a... Oh, I don't have permission to access the terminal. But yeah, this should work great then. If I can just control it from here. We got this stuff in here. Yeah. Wildcard domain. Interesting. Sick. Okay, let's see if preloading this changes the lag issues here. Terminals for the entire server, not just the container. Oh, okay. Our mob spawning off screen immediately being removed. Yeah, no, it's all good. I appreciate it. If people have ideas, you know, even if you think it's wrong or whatever, it's still... I still appreciate bringing it up. I don't think... they aren't spawning off-screen. It should just be on-screen. The only mobs that should be spawning in that, you know, current setup is just the mini guys. Okay, one thing that's confused me for the longest time is I've tested this before. I've moved those guys up to the top level of the lab before, and it didn't lag. So that really frustrates me because it has to do something with specifically being down there in the lab. But why, right? It's quite puzzling. It's one of the, like, most mysterious bugs I've ever tried to fix. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's like a lighting thing. It would be weird, though, because they don't have any lighting. So we got ads, sorry. My bad, guys. I don't know. Also, what happened to my mouse? It got reset. My scroll wheel's freewheeling it now. This ever loads. Alright. Everything's just stupid on my computer today. Okay, so if we spawn in some guys, so this is with preloading on now. So I want to see if it's like some kind of resource loading lag, right? Because that would help decipher this issue. If it's just like, so let's see what happens here. There's no lag, see? It's something that's very weird. Just doesn't lag now. So it's got to be something with like the actual resource loading, I would think, right? And maybe it's just because I'm not loading these guys. Like, maybe I can just do this. Where I say minion. And then at the beginning I say var minion is equal to load the mini diametus, like that. Right? Maybe. I don't know. Let's see if that does it. It is throwing errors in here, but I don't think these actually matter. Hey, MBG! Thanks so much for the resub. I don't know why I can't get the signals working on the overlay, but it's okay. Thank you so much. Stupid? I was stupid. Once they locked me in a room. Room full of brain rot. Brain rot makes you stupid. Stupid? I was stupid. Once they locked me in a room full of brain rot. Brain rot makes you stupid. Stupid? Yeah, it's been one whole year now. That's crazy. It's tracking it for 1 year, yeah. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much, MBG. Hey, Rhythm We Hear. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it definitely doesn't mean anything else. Alright. Ads are over, everybody. I apologize about the ads. They're always at the worst time, but now we've got a whole hour of no ads. Okay, my Logi options is broken now. That's cool. Yes, I love my computer being broken, guys. Alright, let's see if this has changed anything. I am currently tackling the stupid bug. You know, the one with the lab and the lag? Not gonna lie, I just left the sub my debit card and forgot about it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I appreciate it either way. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's see if this does anything. Big test, here we go. It's nice that I can chat now when I'm in the Star Launcher. I'm doing pretty good today. I'm just trying to fix a bunch of bugs, right? Because I want to get the dedicated server up, but like before I do that, I want to make sure it's as stable as possible. I don't want people to crash the server, right? So, I am currently trying to fix that lag issue because that's like kind of a big problem for the server, right? Because if the server's lagging out, constantly, then nobody's going to be able to play on it. So I kind of have to fix that. Yes, I do think you need that. It's like, that's basically the Steam API that the game uses to access all the Steam functions. I don't think it necessarily interfaces with much of that when it's in dedicated server mode, but I think just because it's multiplayer peer, it's not going to load if it doesn't have that, because it's like technically a Steam build. Trying to do a new look with a beard. Yeah, I'm growing it out. I got some beard oil and beard butter today. Well, it's not here yet, but should be here today. So we're gonna grow it out, see how it goes. It's been a little itchy though, that's why I got the stuff. I'm patiently awaiting its arrival. Okay, so this is the client, yeah. It's looking good, thank you very much, I appreciate it, yeah. I'm gonna do like the Van Dyke beard, you know, with like the mustache, whatever this is called, the soul patch. What is this? I don't know. And then, you know, the beard. Wonder how long I'm gonna go with it. I don't know how long my beard can actually grow out. I don't know. We'll see. Went to a barber yesterday to get it cut nicely, and it's so much better than before. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I've been trying to maintain it and stuff, and I usually just trim up once a week. So, but yeah. I've never really grown out a beard, so it feels weird. I keep like it keeps feeling like there's a hair on my face, which there is. But you know when you get like a stray hair and it's on your mouth or whatever, and just like you brush it off? It's like that, but I can't brush it. It's stuck on me. I mean, it makes complete sense, but it's just a weird feeling. I'm gonna have to get used to it. I mean, it is hair on my face, so I would be surprised if it didn't feel the same way. Alright, let's see if this changes anything here. So let's run around. No lag, surprisingly. So, I don't know, does this fix the issue? Maybe. But one of the frustrating things about this bug is it's like random. It might seem like it's okay, but then we actually go test it on the server or something and it's just right back to the same problem, right? IP field in the settings, any... So that should be basically pointing to like the local IP of the server. If there isn't really like a local IP, then you can just change that into a star. And that should just essentially open the server on all IP addresses that are available. So I would give that a try. Yeah, goatee. It's getting there. Only part I hate about leaving it too long is when the mustache hairs get in my mouth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just do a quote, asterisk quote. So that'll basically just say, like, all the things, right? But yeah, I've been feeling it a little bit, where, like, the beard hairs are almost getting into my mouth. Or the mustache hairs. I can feel them. I'm gonna have to trim it up. It might. I'd have to look at the documentation. Godot multiplayer. Because it has a specific thing in there. Let's see. Hey, Hypnotic, what's up? Yeah, I know, trimming the beard, it's a cardinal sin. No, I do want to... I thought about just letting it grow out and then, like brushing it up, you know, to have, like, a long, curly... You know, kind of like what you got going on. Maybe I'll do that. I don't know. I'm gonna hold off on trimming it for now. I'm just gonna see how it is when it's longer. If it's, like, really annoying to do, then... I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, it should have in here. It's on, like, the... when you start hosting. Here, I can go find that specific function. This is called start host, I'm pretty sure, or something. Or create server or something. Can't remember what it's called. Yeah. So create server. Let's see what needs to be passed. Yeah, it's just the wild card, which listens on all interfaces. So yeah, I would just do, you know, quote asterisk quote for now. I don't think you can do 0000, so yeah. I mean, maybe that evaluates to the same thing. I don't really know, but yeah, just give that a try. Actually, I think you could also leave it empty, because I'm pretty sure in the game files I automatically translate an empty string into the asterisk. So that also works, I believe. Well, I don't know if this is going to fix the bug. We'll find out. Let's go take a look at Spore and see if we can make him run better, because I think he also lags the same. Let's see. So I'm just gonna let him run around and then... Yeah, see, it also causes a lag spike on multiplayer with Spore. I think it's because he's spawning in the moon shrooms, so I want to see if I can stop that from lagging too, right? You can see it here. Yeah, it seems like it's not the moon shrooms themselves or anything. It's just Spore hitting the wall and spawning in one, so... I don't know why it lags so bad, but... Let's go take a look at that bug. Moon Shroom? No, not Moon Shroom, Spore. Let's take a look at his code. So, this is his summoning code. It's probably, again, because I'm doing this thing where... Let's change that first to main. Where I'm loading the scene inside of the script. So I'm just gonna pull that out, honestly. And just load it once, right? So var moon shroom is that. Var poison cloud. Actually, I don't think the poison cloud lags, though. I don't know why. It's really weird. Alright, so let's go back down to the moon shroom. So we're just gonna say moonshroom.instantiate, and hopefully that'll work. We'll see. Spawning in poison clouds. Alright. Let's save it, load it up again, and see if it works. Is this thing ever gonna happen? I wanted to use this for clearing out the temp files, but you know what? Maybe I'll just cancel that scan, because obviously it's like broken or something. Should I do analyze? There's another scan option. I can try that. Alright. Customize the name. Local host. Let's go into the dungeon. God true. Go to the client. God true. Go to the dungeon. Go kill the boss. Slice him up really quick. I think it's gonna spawn right here. Oh, I was off. Alright, let's go to the lab on the client. And let's test it out with Spore now. So let's go to the boss. See if it still lags or not. I'm just gonna go watch Spore, right? Okay, did have a minor lag spike. Actually, what? Didn't actually summon in the moon shroom. That's a little weird. Are they not a spawner? That wouldn't make any sense. Hold on. Okay, it's throwing a quadrillion errors in here, so... What is happening? Invalid packets. Weird. What group is he in? He doesn't need to be in dungeon group anymore. GitHub's dying because of the server files? Oh, yeah. Is it too much, or is it, like, too big, the files? Hmm. Yeah. I don't think I can make it any smaller. I don't know what we're gonna do about that. I don't know. I mean, I could maybe try stripping more assets from the game, but I worry, though, if that's gonna cause issues. Okay, what is going on with all these errors? It's just that spawner table doesn't have a moonshroom? That wouldn't make any sense. No, it does. Well. This is quite puzzling. So, this only happens on the server, yeah. It says instantiate the moonshroom. Is it because I'm setting this stuff after? That's probably what's happening here. I probably have to do that. I added as a child, then I set the position and all this stuff. Well, I just set the position. I do this other stuff before I add it. And same with this one, honestly. I think. I don't know. Well, let's see if that fixes it. Okay, so he did spawn in 2. They did not spawn in over here. Still just throwing a million errors down here. I don't know what's happening. Node not found, multiplayer moonshroom. Am I adding it to the wrong node or something? Oh, should I be saying world? Oh my god. Okay, I know what's happening. I need to watch for that. Global.world. I accidentally did that. I think that's my problem. It's not main. Main is like the multiplayer script. I need to say... That one's fine, but yeah, that has to be world add. Yikes. Okay. Well, that's probably why... It's probably why it's not lagging anymore. We'll see. So yeah, let's see. What are we going to do about this large GitHub file? I know there is like a large file storage thing in GitHub. I don't know. Right, this whole thing. Storing references to the file in the repository, but not the actual file. Okay, well that doesn't really work. Oh, I guess you can point to like a different place for the file, right? That'll probably work then. And just put it on like Google Drive or something, I guess, right? I mean, wouldn't that theoretically work? I don't know. I've never messed with GitHub large file storage. I always just clear out the builds and store them locally for Starground, like before I push a build, so I've never actually ran into that problem. Let's see. God, true. Let's see what this does. Nice try, Dreadcap. The other day I tried to run a Godot game on PS4. Oh man, they're using a web build. The built-in web browser. Sadly, so bare bones it doesn't even support OpenGL 2. Oh really? That's crazy. Yeah, it's insane that Godot is on like mobile and stuff like that now. I don't know. That's pretty crazy, man. Okay, let's see if this lags out. Please don't. Please, please, please. God dang it, it's still lagging. Why? Well, sometimes it... Okay, that's because it was the poison cloud. Yeah, it's still... I mean, it's not, like, terrible, but I think it's way worse when it's on multiplayer for some... Or, like, not local multiplayer. Ah, it's really annoying, man. You can see as I'm walking around and they spotted the guys, it just... It starts to get really slow. I mean, it feels like it's a little faster, but... Obviously not fast enough. See, that one was fine. It felt like it didn't lag at all. So I don't know what's going on. I just need to get this to a playable state, you know? How can we make this run even better? Maybe it spawns in too many guys? So shouldn't I be setting the position after? I don't know anymore. Still throwing a bunch of errors in here about stuff. Invalid packet and all that business. And then all this again, ignoring delta for non-authority or invalid synchronizer. Right? What's all that about? I mean, this is all fine in here. I do need a sync in here, or not, that's the moon shroom, never mind. Velocity sync, diatomatus. So I'm spawning in, I'm instantiating it. Up here I'm loading it. I don't think it's anything necessarily wrong with the mini diatomatus itself, as far as I know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the synchronizer, it's just syncing all the HP and velocity and stuff, right? It's not really doing anything super weird in here. I don't know, guys. It's pretty annoying, though. I mean, I think it feels like it's better. I'm probably going to go ahead and export the dedicated server again and then test it. Because that's where it was like, oh my god, this is unbearable, you know? So, I want to see if it still happens like that. I really do think this should be setting position after I add it. I guess it doesn't matter because it's calling deferred. But whatever. Maybe that's part of the lag. I didn't think about this before, but let's try something here. I'm gonna call function spawn minion. And here I'm just gonna say spawn minion dot call deferred. And then we're just going to do this in here, because then we don't have to call deferred on add child. It's just add child, and then we set the position immediately. We'll try that. Can I ask you kind of a personal question? Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. We'll see if that does anything. Doesn't seem like there's ever any lag with the poison clouds. Let's also go ahead and try that same thing in Spore. I don't know if it's going to do anything, but should spawn mushroom. Right, I'll just say spawn minion again. Well, it's the same thing. Whatever. Let's just try this. Okay, so it's gonna create the mushroom, push it back, drop loot, set the lifespan, add it as a thing, set the position. So it should be fine, but we'll see. I do not have my hopes up. Might as well do the same thing for spawning the poison cloud. Let me just say add child. Spawn, oops, poison. Dot call deferred. Because sometimes I've noticed if I call add child, or like in the process event or something, or in a function call without calling deferred, it can cause issues. I don't know why, but we'll see. And you'd think you'd set the position after it's in the world, but I don't know. Let's try that. Let's do the same thing in the Dadamatous. So that's good. And then let's do the same thing for the poison, because why not? We can set that stuff. So near player is false. Then we say spawn, poison. Okay. It's been almost 2 months since I started working as a junior dev / maintainer for a small company. I don't completely hate it, but it's also not super fun. Yeah, one day that got me thinking. Maybe trying indie game dev isn't a bad idea. How's life gone for you after making that decision? I know you went through a time where you were thinking go out to look for another job, but after all that passed, how are you feeling now? Yeah. No, it's all good. Yeah, and do you think you can continue living like this and live a happy life? It's really tricky. I mean, I'm not really making a whole lot of money, but I will say it doesn't really feel like I have a job, which is like a good thing, right? Like, I really enjoy doing it. Like, streaming and working on Starground is very fun. And so, like, I mean, it's hard to say because I'm also in a position where I'm kind of afforded that ability, right, to do what I want to do right now instead of having to focus on paying rent and stuff, because I'm living with my parents, right? So I can't say it's the best decision for everybody. Like, if you don't have that safety net to fall back on, then as nice as it is, it's really difficult to make a sustainable wage being an indie developer. I mean, Starground does make money, but it's barely enough even just to cover my taxes. Because one thing that sucks is that since I'm like self-employed, I have to pay a lot of taxes. Because I pay my regular income tax, but then on top of that, I also pay self-employment tax, which is another like 15% on top of everything else, so it's really expensive. I'm definitely not making enough to ever like rent a apartment, or I mean maybe just the, you know, I have money saved up, I could probably rent out an apartment or something, but it would just be temporary. I think where I'm at right now, I mean, it's always been a challenging thing for me, that decision between like full job and doing what you want to do, because I love indie development, but yeah, it doesn't really bring in the bucks, you know. It's not like I'm very well off right now, but the way I see it right now for me is that it's basically an investment, right? Like, I might not be making a bunch of money right now, but what I am doing is learning how to make games and how to make better games. And I'm hoping that eventually that investment will pay off, and I'm able to make something that can bring in more money, you know? I mean, I think it's definitely doable to be an indie developer. It's definitely hard. It's probably easier just to go get some jobs somewhere and, you know, have a nice stable income, but I don't know. When I think about stuff like that, of like, I guess what I really want is like, money's nice, but in the grand scheme of life, I don't think I always err on the side of doing what I truly enjoy and being happy with what I'm doing with my life, right? Not that, obviously there's not anything wrong with like working for a small company like you're doing, and right, which is fine. I mean, I don't know. But I guess ultimately we probably all feel like we'd rather do the things we really want to do, right? I mean, one option is like, you can always just continue working your job for now, or at least save up a bunch of money in the background. That's what a lot of people will do, is save up a bunch of money and then kind of like live off of those savings and work on your dream game or whatever. And spend time indie developing, just to give yourself some padding so that you're not like worrying every day how you're gonna pay the bills. That's honestly, I don't know. It's hard. I know. I mean, this is the thing every day of my life I'm tackling, right? Which is like, am I making a huge mistake by not getting a real job in the industry and making my own games, you know? I get some funny little errors. I'll take a look at that. But yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's a lot easier for me to make the decision because I'm living with my parents, right? I don't need to make a bunch of money. Obviously, I'd love to move out and stuff, but it's so expensive. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if I were in your shoes and you have to pay your rent and stuff, I would probably keep the job. It might not be what you want to do long term, but, you know, it doesn't have to be. Like, work on game development, indie stuff in the background, and, you know, hopefully one of these days you put a game up and it makes $1 million, and then you can, you know, do that. So... But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's always hard to say. I mean, yeah. There's always a little voice in my head that says, like, you know, oh, you should go get a big boy job and make $100,000 a year working for a big tech company. But it's just, I don't know. I mean, I've worked jobs and stuff before. It's just like, every time that I do, it feels like, so meaningless to me. A game developer job, that's what I said. Or big boy job, yeah. But yeah. I mean, honestly, for me, like, I don't really care about making a bunch of money. As long as I can just make enough to pay for my basic living needs, then I'm like good, right? So, I don't know. Yeah. I'm definitely going to keep trying to make indie stuff work. It's difficult. I mean, You know, like I said, Starground does make money, but it's not going to be enough long term, right? So I've got to hopefully have another game that makes more. Fixer errors. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Let me see what's going on here. What is this? It says Steam not declared in the current scope. Which is a problem. Cannot open object file. Font config SO. I don't even know what that file is. Library font config. What is that? I don't know. Big Quick Games LLC making big boy jobs for big boy employees in their big boy lives. Hopefully one day. What is that file? It makes me think that it's a part of the Steam stuff. You do have that file in there, right? Let's see. You have, yeah, library Steam API SO. Settings, the PCK, the regular one. Should be fine. And then you also put in the other, let's see, no, yeah, settings is in there, so why would it be failing? Let me go take a look at everything in here. I mean, this should be fine. Instructions, run. Library Steam API. Let's go take another look inside of the, you know, let me clear out these files just in case this is like causing an issue or something. Let me delete those and export again, the Linux server. So we're on, yeah, export is dedicated server. We have keep all the assets so it doesn't cause issues. That should all be fine. And what's the template? We have, yeah, template Linux. I can also put in the other template in here, just in case that's causing an issue or something. Say, Conic, welcome in. How's it going? We are currently doing some debugging for Starground, so it's going pretty good. We fixed a lot of bugs already, hopefully. We're gonna load up the game again and check it, but that wouldn't remember window flashbangs. Yeah, sorry about that. Bot not working. Yeah, that was weird. What? Or maybe it doesn't work if you're replying to somebody. I don't know. I mean, this should all be fine. Let's export it again and just see what's going on here. So yeah, what is it gonna export out? Let's see. And it doesn't throw any issues here, right? It's just saying completed successfully, so I mean... Okay, so we've got the PCK, the server, the shell script. Should be fine. Well, let me resend this to you, Deblato. If it's still not working, then maybe just try running, instead of the .sh file, just directly run the x86, just to see. I mean, it would be weird if you couldn't run that file for some reason, but I don't know. So yeah, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me repack this. Because responding adds the ad at the front. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. Yeah, because in the thing, it's only checking for, like, just that text as the message, right? So that's probably what's happening. Let's see. Instruction. Should all be good now. Well, I'll resend this to you. Not sure what's going on, but hopefully this will fix something. Let's try that, I guess. Also, yeah, sorry, I missed some things up here. There's a weird Linux issue. If it doesn't work, this one, then go ahead and try Windows, because that one should work. I mean, I've tested it and ran it. But give this one another try. I do want to fix the Linux one, right? So... Alright. Let me know what happens with that one. And yeah, again, if it doesn't work, we can do Windows instead. Alright. Sorry, I feel like I'm all over the place. Should I, like, answer you fully, MVG? Hopefully I did. But yeah. I don't know. Indie development, a lot of the times, can just feel like gambling, you know? Where it's like... It's just kind of seems random whether you'll actually make a game that hits it off or not. But... I think as long as you keep at it, I think the dedication and, like, motivation to make games and to keep actively working on them in the background is really what sets them apart, right? I mean, you know, I've been looking at a lot of games and stuff recently, just like looking through like games that are posted on Godot Steam, right? Like, I don't mean any of this in any negative way, but looking at some of these games where like people use like AI capsules and stuff, it kind of like, I feel like it's not that much harder to like, I don't know, go beyond what a lot of these games are doing, right? And so I think a big part of making a successful game is it's just got to stand out from all this kind of stuff. I mean, some of these games in here are really cool, don't get me wrong, but this is a good, like, because we're so biased looking at games on Steam. The thing is with Steam is you're only going to see the best of the best, right? That's the whole point of Steam, is when you look at the store page, this is all going to be the games that are super successful already, right? Like stuff like this, it's like this is going to have 1 million plays and reviews. So it's interesting always, I feel like, to look at like a Discord server of people posting their stuff, because it gives you a very unbiased view of it all. So but yeah, I don't know. You just gotta put a lot of work into it. I know it's obviously, right? But I think it's don't take any shortcuts, you know. You gonna make schedule 2? Let's go. I'll say, hey, K-Mac, what's up? Welcome in. What are you up to? But yeah, I mean, honestly, like, in the US, the amount of money that Starground has made is completely not enough to live, but I could also see, like, making that amount, though, from other countries, that would be totally, like, a good income, right? If you make $60,000 in the US, that's nothing. But $60,000 in, like, Brazil or something is insane, right? It just depends on where you live, too. So I do think... Yeah, right? So I do think in other countries, indie development is actually more of a reasonable job. Yeah, Brazil mentioned it. Yeah, I don't know. I've thought about it and stuff. It's just so difficult to like move to a whole new country. Because then if I ever want to visit my family or something, it's a monumental effort, right? Yeah. Everything's so freaking expensive in the US. If you're not making like $100,000 a year, then you'll never be able to own anything. Right? It's crazy how expensive things are. And honestly, just how recently things have gotten so expensive. Even 5 years ago, like before the pandemic and stuff, houses were pretty affordable. Like, they were still expensive, of course. Houses are never going to be cheap, but compared to what they are now, the difference is insane, right? It's like, oh my god. I could have actually bought a house if it was like the prices back then, but prices now, $700K for like a small, like 2-bedroom home is insane. I can't ever afford a house. So I don't know. I guess I'm just doomed to rent if I'm gonna live in the US. I don't really have an option at that point, right? Yeah, it's always crazy because like looking around at houses in other countries and stuff, I'm like, wow, there's a house that's like 20K. That's insane. That's like the cheapest thing I've ever seen. I could just straight up buy that with cash and it'd be no problem. Like, I don't know. You know, that's barely enough to own anything. I know. It's still like on the verge of like, it's just crazy. I don't know. The cost of living in the US is just stupid compared to other countries and stuff. The only thing that's good about my country is the dirt cheap free guys. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've always thought about just moving somewhere where there's still like good quality of living, but the cost of living is really low. Because then you could just make a small amount of money from indie games and stuff online, and then you're set, you know. I don't know. Yeah, that's hard. I also don't get natural disasters. It's nice. I usually don't get any natural disasters where I'm at. There was a tornado a long time ago. Like, I'm talking like 20 years ago, or not 20 years ago. Like 15 years ago. I think I was like 7 when it happened. It didn't even like really hit me or close to me, but I mean, I guess it was close enough for it to be like a possibility. But yeah, no earthquakes around here. I'm up in the Granite Mountains. What other natural disasters? I guess wildfires are the biggest natural disaster in Colorado. There are a lot of wildfires all the time, but I mean, unless you live up in the mountains, it's not really like a serious risk, right? So, I don't know. Did that seriously just lag everything out? Here, let's test this. Is it even lagging single player now? Or the host? I'm just gonna walk around and wait for them to spawn. Come on, guys. No, it seems okay, maybe? There's like a minor lag spike, but... Here, let's load up the profiler now. And see what this lag is coming from. Okay, there is lag spikes, but it's like not that bad. Especially since there's a bunch of guys. Let's see. So it's still the physics time. It's integrate forces. It's the same thing that I've been dealing with. I don't know what integrate forces is. I've got to do some research into that. Godot integrate forces lag spike. Yeah. Even small studios are like 2K something. Yeah, I know, it's insane. Like, yeah, places around here, like a small studio apartment's like $2,000 a month. So that's pretty not affordable. If you have a minimum wage job, I don't know how you'd be able to do anything. Because, like, most of the time, people have, like, student loans and debt that they've got to pay off at the same time, so you're kind of just screwed. I don't know, man. Always had a running gag in my country that those that work remotely for US-based companies can buy a whole province, yeah. I'll go to Brazil someday, because I've been to Costa Rica. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it would be really fun to go to other countries. It's hard to get out of the US because it's so big, but I don't know. It's also expensive. It would be really cool to travel somewhere. I went to Dallas for the solar eclipse, which was really cool, but it's still just the US, so it's kind of the same place, you know? I mean, it was cool to go to like a big city, but I've been to Denver before. It's not that much different, so. But it would be really cool to go to just a completely new area. I would love to go to somewhere tropical, you know? Hawaii would be really cool. Hawaii might be the place since it's still part of the US, so I don't even need a passport or anything, but... I'm in Colorado. I live in Colorado. In the US. You know, somewhere tropical, Brazil? Yeah. Check Discord? Yeah, let me see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? So... Cannot open shared. It's still saying that same thing with the Steam stuff. But I think it might be okay. Load text from file. Save to app, save server world.dat. And then it says save file not found or unreadable. Why is that? That's quite odd. Is it still open or is it done? Is it dead? So weird. I can download this and take a closer look. Did not die. Were you able to connect to the server or did it just not work? Yeah, try and join it, see what happens. I mean, there's definitely some jank in here, but it did launch though. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's unable to load the Steam stuff. Did not locate a running instance of Steam. I mean, I could probably disable the Steam stuff for when it's a server. But no, I need those functions to call, like, all the Steam things, so I don't know. I mean, it loaded it. I don't know why it said save file not found all of a sudden. That's really weird. Especially since it was fine. It said save to, and then now it can't find it? Like, what's that all about? Very weird. Well, try connecting, I guess. Yeah, jungle. It was fun going to Dallas because it's very humid there compared to where I live. I basically live in, and it's not like a desert, but it's a high desert or whatever. It's a little dry. But actually recently though, it's been insanely wet. It's been raining every day. I don't know what's happening. That's kind of a rare event here. If I ever go to Colorado, I'm going camping. Yeah, it's a pretty good place to camp for sure. With the mountains are just like, what, an hour away, you know? Like, I'm talking like dense, like full-on mountainscape, like, so it's pretty cool. I do like the area and stuff. I just wish it wasn't so expensive. That's my only gripe. Outside Boston, so I got the White Mountains a couple hours away in New Hampshire. Yeah, that's cool. I've never been over in the east before, but it does look like there's like over in like the Ozarks and stuff. I don't know. It would be cool to see like a different type of mountain because I'm just used to the pine tree typical forest, but it'd be cool to see other types of environments, you know, other trees and biomes, if you will. Yeah. Yeah, see, they do the same thing here. Call deferred. It doesn't seem to fix anything. I mean, it is a pretty old post, though. Let's keep looking at all this other stuff. Yeah, I would love to just see it. I think that's the thing that interests me most about, like, traveling. It's really cool to see awesome buildings and stuff, you know? Like, it'd be cool to go see the Eiffel Tower or something, but the coolest thing to me is just being in a different area. Like, going to a jungle or something, you know? Just a place that I haven't been before. That would be kind of the coolest thing, I think. But, I don't know. And that's like, I've always thought about traveling to Japan or something would be fun. Just because, like, there's a lot of cool, like, I mean, obviously Japan's got cool cities and stuff, but it would be really cool to see, like, the, you know, Mount Kilimanjaro. That's the place in Japan, right? I'm not stupid. Or, like, just all the different trees and stuff. That's the coolest part. If the server was unreachable, what would the game say? It should just say, server not found. you'll probably connect for like 20 seconds, and then after it'll just exit the connection screen and say server not found. Yeah, so you should be connecting with the, I mean, I'm sure you know, but the public IP of the server. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, if this is causing a lot of issues, we can try the Windows one just to see if that works better. I don't know if you have an easy way of running Windows stuff there or not, but this is just a bit documentation. This is all for like 3D stuff. Yeah, I have stutter. Windowed games, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I think I asked before, did your website? Yeah, that was a... yeah, who's eating? It's, oh my god, look at all the corpses in here. Let me kill that guy. That was kind of both me and Ace. We used, you know, I thought about, like, actually programming my own with, like, real code and stuff, but I don't know. I didn't ever get around to that. But this was, kind of both me and Ace working on stuff and designing it. So, yeah, it was fun. This was with, I'm pretty sure this is... Let's see if we can find out. Wix, yeah. We tried Squarespace, but we really hated how the responsive design stuff worked. Like, because basically you couldn't do a different like version of the website for mobile and for PC. So it made some things look really terrible. And I like how Wix actually can like check for what device you're on. Like if you're on mobile, you can change the layout of things and change the UI stuff. So, but yeah, it's been pretty good. Yeah, we've just gone through here, and there's a million more games we might have to add in here now. All the game jams, but... yeah, it was fun designing this with all the wavy backgrounds and stuff. Yeah. Man. Just trying to think why this would be lagging. You have no idea how many hours I've spent trying to fix this bug, guys. So integrate forces has to do with rigid bodies and static bodies. Yeah, I mean, they're just saying, like... okay, this is saying instantiate in a thread. Oh my god, maybe I need to do that. I hate having to create a thread to create an object, but at this point, I might have to. At least two. No way. I mean, this is what I'm doing now. I'm loading it somewhere, and then I'm saying call deferred that function, right? I do all the stuff in here, and I say add child, right? And do all the stuff. So I just don't know why it's still lagging. Right? I don't know, man. Let's go ahead and export the dedicated server again and just try it. See if it's any better now. So let's do... oh yeah, I'm not going to be able to be God mode. Actually, I can just export the world with the commands enabled. So Windows Server, export, Windows Server. Now let's go into our server. And we've got our server world. Let's, I'm gonna back up the server world because that's the one that we were playing on, so, you know, I don't want to mess it up. I'll just put that in backup. And then I'm going to go ahead and create a new one with commands enabled, or just load that one in from my saves right over here. Let's see, what's the newest one? This one. Paste it in here, rename it as server world, and run the server. And let's just try connecting again and oh. What's going on? So I'm still getting this on the server. I don't know why. So maybe it's not your fault at all, Deblado. Something's weird. I have Steam opens. It's not even that. Parser at Steam not declared in the current scope. Why would that be the case? That is so weird. What's going on with the Steam stuff? I mean, I can access it like it's real. This is the really weird bug. I mean, Steam is being initiated, right? If we go down into initialization, app ID, embed callbacks, that should be fine. Let's reload the project, because this is quite puzzling. I don't know what's going on. Let's just try exporting again, see if that changed anything. I mean, well, we've got the right templates, right? Template Windows, exe. This is so weird. Let's try it again. Gotta love bugs, guys. I love bugs. All right, so that should be... Let's try it again. What's going on? Why is Steam not declared in the current scope? Help. What is going on? Now it's also saying, yeah, it's the same errors that you're getting, Deblau, so I don't think it's a Linux specific thing. Something's obviously wrong. I don't know what broke, though. I didn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this, where it says doesn't inherit from node. What's that all about? Obviously it does. Right there, extends node. Yeah, let me go look in the main loop. Maybe it's like calling things too early or something. I don't know. This is very odd, though. All right, I mean, it should be fine here. I'm waiting a couple frames. I mean, I can await more just to give everything time to load. Let's see. How can I wait more here? Should I just wait a timer? Create timer for like 5 seconds. This is bad code, just to randomly wait 5 seconds, but I want to see if it's like a time-related issue, right? If I'm just not giving it enough time to instantiate or something? I don't know. Let's try that. It's still doing the same thing. What did I break? Okay, let's try just reclosing everything, I think. I hate to do it, guys, but let's close that. Let's close out of here, because I have no idea what's happening. Hmm. Get node global. Let's fully close out of it, yeah. Maybe something got like weirdly corrupted or something. I don't know. Let's turn that off. Let's try to get back in here now. A very strange issue. I've never had that happen before. It seems like it wasn't doing that though for the client, right? Like when I was launching the game and stuff, so I don't know what's going on. What app is that using to keep track of your progress? Which one? Progress of what? Let's open Twitch overlay back up. And of course we have ads. Okay, let's make sure we can run this normal. Okay. Boots up pretty normal. And it shows, I think, over here, the little Steam overlay pop up eventually. Wait a second here. Yeah, we can open the Steam overlay. So obviously Steam is working, which is why it's very strange that when I export, it seems to not work anymore. Let's try it again. Oh, are you talking about this one? That's probably what, yeah. I'll go over that when the ad is over. Okay, let's see what happens here. What is going on? Did the Steam API just update or something and broke it? Let's go make sure. No. I'm just on the newest one. Let's go check, let's go to Godot Steam. Make sure there's no new updates. Repositories, multiplayer peer. It's still just that one. I'm pretty sure that's the one I have right now. Godot Steam 4.15. Pretty sure that's the one I'm on. Let's go check. Where is it? Godot editor. Yeah, no, it's all good. I'm sorry about the ads. Are you talking about this one with like I've got all this stuff in here? Yeah, this is Obsidian. It's basically just a note-taking app, but there's some really nice things about Obsidian. You can, so everything, like, you can just write things in like a normal text file, but there's also some nice formatting since it's a markdown file. You can do like these checkboxes and stuff, right? So you can mark things off really easy. You can also reference other files you have. So I could like reference, I think you say hashtag v7.1.0 or something. Or like there's tags. Okay, so that's how you make a tag. There's a way to like mention, oh yeah, there's this view, which is really funny. This is the graph view. It shows like how everything's linked together, which is really cool too. There's a lot of awesome things about Obsidian. How do I link to other files? I forget. You guys probably know. I could probably just drag it in here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, you just do a bracket and then the thing, 2 brackets. And then you just say, yeah, V11 or whatever. So you can link to other files too. It's really cool. There's also plugins that you can get. It's all free also, by the way, which is nice. I think you can put photos in here. Let's try it. Let me go grab a photo on my desktop and throw it in there. Yeah, so you can throw in images in here too, which is nice. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if you can do it in the graph mode or not, but if we go back to that and let's see if we can put an image in here. No. So you can't put an image in there, but there is a plugin called Excalidraw so that you can like draw in here too. So that's another thing that's nice about Obsidian is all the plugins, the community plugins. It's like, where is it in? Yeah, community plugins in here. You can just search for what you want and find a bunch. There's a lot of different ones, so it's really cool. You might have to make an account. I don't remember, but it's, you know, it's all offline. There is a, like, you can buy the sync thing, and then what this does is it lets you, like, it automatically syncs your notes between different devices, which is nice. And it gives you version history. You can collaborate on shared vaults and stuff. It's pretty cool. And I guess this one also lets you publish, like, a website, which is nice. Then these are just other ones, commercial, become a featured organization. Those are just like support tiers. But yeah, the regular one that I use is completely free. You know, you just download it and you're good to go. You don't have to pay for that stuff if you don't want to. But that's one nice thing about Obsidian I've always liked is it's just like, yeah, you can pay for the sync thing, but that's it. It doesn't extend to like, there's all these things that you can't get plugins if you don't pay or do this, and it doesn't ever prompt you if, you know, pay to do something. So it's just a nice, solid program for note-taking stuff. I used to use Notepad, but I don't know. Notepad's fine and all, but, you know, this is better. So, yeah, I've had a really good time with Obsidian. I'm probably going to keep using it. Man, what is going on now? What did I break? Why is it not exporting Steam anymore? Like, what's happening? This is just very odd. Is it because of the... Hold on. If I go to the, like, version thing, how do I get to that? It's not that. Export templates? Is it because of my template or something? I don't think it is. Yeah, I mean, it's... See, it should be fine, because I'm specifying in export here, like, the template I want to use, right? So I can just say debug and release. I'm specifying template windows there, so when I export. Is it because I'm saying export with debug? Is that, like, causing the issue? Because it's not using the debug template? I mean, let's try it. Maybe that's the cause here. Just need to figure out what's happening. Let's go see if this runs normal now. Okay, that was the issue. So, let me fix that for you, Dublato. I think I know what's happening now. So I've got to be careful about the difference between debug and release modes, because I think that was what was happening before with the Steam stuff. Because now if I say don't export with debug, then that works just fine. So I think I just need to export the Linux one without debug mode on. So let me go try it out. This music's shaker sounds like a creeper, and I don't... Oh, is that a heart attack? Yeah, it does sound like a creeper, yeah. Are you in the Minecraft server right now? I need to play on that. Okay. Well, we'll try this. If it still doesn't work, I know I can now verify that the Windows one is indeed working, so we'll use that one instead then. But let's try this. Sorry for sending a million different versions. Promise this will be the last one. Well, maybe. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, gamers. Delete those. Put the new ones in. Have to respond back to that. Alright. Wait, I did put it in here, right? Let me make sure. Yeah, I did. Okay, let me know if that one works. If it doesn't work, I'll send you the updated Windows one and we'll do that. So. Alright, so what I wanted to do now is let's actually test the server. So, let's run it, and try it out. Okay, server should be open. And let me try connecting. Wonder if anyone's gonna try and connect. We'll see. Oh, it's itchy. Hey, what's up, Killer? Welcome in. Yeah, so you're looking at it. Good. Yeah, let me know if you've got any questions about stuff. I can also go ahead and add you to the translator role on the Discord server. If you're in here. Let me go see. How do you make a checkbox? So you have to do... It's dash space left bracket space right bracket space. So basically dash left right and then a space in between each of those. I don't know why it has to be formatted like that. It's just something to do with Markdown. But I think there's also a keybind or something. It's like Control A. Oh god. Not Control A. Control W. Oh god. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay. Don't do Control W. I don't know what that does. I don't know what the key is. Using key to create checkbox. Control Enter? I doubt that. No. I know there's a key. What is it? Control L? Ah, okay, so you can also hit Control L just to quickly do it. I think you can like select a bunch of stuff and then yeah, hit Control L and then automatically adds it all to a checklist, so that works. Okay, you can also mass like check them off too. Don't know if I can get rid of that though. I guess you just Control Z it. Oh, this works from my window, yeah. If it doesn't work, then I think, yeah, it's best just to go ahead and do Windows then. Anyways, what was I doing? Yeah, I was gonna add you really quick. Let's go to... roles, translator, there we go. I can't use the Windows one with the containers. Oh, okay. Well, we'll keep trying to get the Linux one working then. I gotta enter my public IP, guys. Hold on. Up, and I should be joining now. There we go. Okay, so I'm on this server. I should be able to cheat. Yes. Now, let's go try going to the dungeon again. See what happens. Yeah, I'm taking a look at some of the translation people made in Italian. In my opinion, some words sound unnatural. I mean, it might be AI. I really know. There's no way for me to verify it, right? We can go look at it right now. Google Sheets. And I have to sign in, I guess. Okay. Now, there are some that I've used Google Translate on, so if it's like blue, then that means it is a robot. Okay, yeah, these ones are all, yeah, Google Translate, so I just put those in there sort of more as a temporary thing because I needed these to exist. Otherwise, none of this stuff would get translated. So if you want to go through and just replace those, you can just click on these and clear it out and then change it to whatever you want. And then once you've done that, recolor the text box back to just being white, or just clear the color, right? Just so that I know that it's not Google Translate anymore. So otherwise, yeah, what color was it? This one or whatever. Yeah, no, you're totally allowed to go through here. All of these blue ones are basically just placeholder. So you're welcome to completely replace all of these ones. They are not necessary here. Yeah, I don't really like having to use Google Translate for this stuff, but I just put this in here as like a temporary thing because I don't know. I needed to get these translated to something, right? So yeah, totally welcome to go through and replace all that. Yeah, the white one, somebody probably did create that, but if you think it sounds unnatural or you can think of a better one, then you're welcome to. I don't know if we have anyone actively doing Italian translations anymore, so yeah, you're totally welcome to do that. Love to see how you did translations and import to Godot. Yeah, so for translation stuff, I can show you how that's set up. So Godot has this localization tab. When you import a CSV with the different columns and stuff for the different languages, it'll automatically generate these translation files here. I want to color one I change. You don't have to change the white ones, but if you replace the blue ones or you verify that they sound good, then go ahead and just swap it out to white. Basically, blue is like a placeholder, right? So you can swap it out to white once it's been like confirmed. I mean, you're welcome to change it to green if you want, but you don't have to go through the trouble of that. It's mainly just so I know which ones are the Google Translate ones and which ones aren't. But yeah. So yeah, with translation stuff, you just import this CSV. So this is our translation thing. We have different ones down here, right? There's the descriptions one and the NPC dialogue and tutorial. So there's different ones, but over here, I'm just importing all the different CSVs into one big one. And this is what I actually put in the game. I know there's a bunch of empty space, but don't worry about that. So you just do file, download as a CSV, and then you put that into your Godot project and it generates these .translation files. And how you actually use that data. So let's say that you have a label in here or something. Oh yeah, oh no, never mind. So let's go to something that has a label. I'll just create a label. So on the label properties, there's this little thing in here. It's like for auto translating stuff. Somewhere in here. Layout. Yeah, auto translate mode. I think is, or localization, whatever. There's a couple different ones. So you just want to make sure that that's on always or inherit. And then let's say that you have a key. So let's say this says single player. Not like that. And I have this key in here that says single player. It'll automatically turn it into the translated version. So it's pretty nice. But yeah. Let's see. So yeah, it does that. So what I typically do for things that are like longer text, like a description, I just call it like key planet viridian, key building refiner. You can probably do like a better format for this stuff, or like find your own way of formatting the keys that and what it gets translated to. So yeah, that's what I would recommend. And then if you want to, you can actually force a string to become a fully translated string in code. You can say tr and then your string, you know, and then that'll automatically get translated into whatever that is in the translation data. So yeah. Do you know if there's something wrong with the industrial furnaces in the server? Interesting, you only get 63. I don't know what's up with that. I do need to take a look at the furnace thing on the Minecraft server, and then also the sorting system, because I think it's broken. So I'm gonna take a look at that eventually. I can't get it to work. Are you just still getting the same error that you did before? Let's go test this now. Oh shoot, I don't have a sword. Not the exact same? Okay. Do you want to send it over to me? Die, Dreadcap, die! Oh. Okay. Alright, let me take a look at that. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, now it's also saying user data is not found. So that's really odd. Because that's essentially meaning that it's not running the code right? Because it should check if it's a dedicated server right here. So what is going on, man? I didn't send you the wrong thing, right? I did export Linux server. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna have to keep researching what's going on with the Linux server stuff. I might take a look at the Discord, like Godot Steam Discord server, and see if I can figure out what's going on. Yeah, I guess until then, I mean, is it possible for you to do a Windows server or not? Okay, let's go see if the server lags out. Okay, that one wasn't really a problem. Let's go test this room. Okay, there's one guy. Okay, it does have a very minor lag spike, but it's not anything like it was before, which is weird. That didn't lag at all. It also didn't spawn in guys? Didn't throw any errors. Okay, that one did, though. Weird. Okay, so it is... What is happening? It's like sometimes it spawns in guys, and then other times it doesn't. I think it's not spawning in the poison cloud, probably. Like if I walk up close. Yeah. Okay, but I am getting poisoned, which means the poison cloud does exist. It's just not getting synchronized for some reason. This is really odd. But it is spawning in the guys. I mean, at least it's better. I still hate the lag spikes, but... Also, it doesn't look like the animation's syncing at all. I don't know what's going on. You can see it's just... Okay, now it does? This is weird, guys. Okay, let's check Spore really quick. Okay, Spore is no lag anymore, so that's actually very nice. There's like some minor lag, but it's not anything like it was before. Yeah, it's still not spawning in the poison cloud, so I gotta take a look at what's happening with that. Oh my god. Alright. Yeah, let's go take a look at that. This container's one sentence, yeah. Yeah, that's where the problem lies. For me to run Docker containers, I can run Windows executables. Kind of need a Windows host. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Give it a try, I guess. I'm gonna look into this problem. I mean, that's all good if we have to delay the server stuff. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working, and it's like loading... It's trying to load user data, which doesn't make any sense. So just to confirm everything here, like you're running... inside the Linux server stuff, you're running the shell script, right? Alright, I'm on dedicated server mode. What happens if you don't run the shell script? Just out of curiosity, what if you just directly run the x86-64 file? Does that change anything? So I don't know, maybe the shell script is not right. What am I checking? Oh yeah, export. I mean, I have server mode on, so I don't know why it would... Weird. Is dedicated server in Discord? I'm gonna be putting that up on Steam, actually. I built, or I like created a tool for Starground, so once it's actually released, it'll show up as Starground dedicated server right here. And you can download that, and it'll have all the server files. I might also link it or something, or a GitHub repository, just in case people want to do it that way instead. But yeah, you can like go to the files here, and it has all the server files right there. So... weird, weird, weird. Okay, so now we gotta figure out why the diatomatus is not spawning the poison clouds. So here I'm gonna say global.world.addChild. So load the poison cloud, set the scale, add it, and then say global position is global position. Now spore. Spawn poison. Load the poison cloud. Set the stuff. Add it. Then set position. Maybe that's my problem here. Because I've got poison cloud here. Should be syncing position. Is it just because position's not being synced before we add it or whatever? I might have to make position get set before we add it as a child. That might also be the issue that's happening with these tiny guys, where it looks like they're not spawning in. Actually, no, those are spawning in fine. It's just the poison clouds. But I do wonder if that would help the lag issue. Well, let's just change that. So that was in Spore. Let's go back to Diatomatus. Set that again. Let's see if that works. By the way, when talking about Docker, it'd be way nicer if all the user-specific data would not be in the root directory. Yeah, otherwise you have to mount the volume and need to somehow download the server files by yourself. So they share the same directory as all the server files, which are not user-specific. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it will. I mean, all the user stuff, the Docker will only have the server files. Do you just mean like the visual assets and stuff? Or... download the server files by yourselves. They share the same directory as all the server files. Yeah. I mean, all these files should be completely different from the ones normally. Okay, so that's what you're saying, I think, yeah. Okay. I don't know much about how Docker stuff works. If I did, I could probably understand what you're saying, but I don't. So all the user-specific data would be in the root directory. So by user-specific data, do you just mean like user settings and stuff, like volume options and stuff that you don't need for the server? When you mount a volume, then you share the whole directory. I've never done Docker stuff. Mounting a volume, what does that mean? I don't... I mean, I know like mounting a volume as in mounting a hard drive, but I don't know the context of what that means with a Docker. Okay. Yeah. You share the whole directory. If the volume is the root directory of the server, the shared directory has to have all the server files. Okay. I think I kind of get what you mean. Yeah, is that something I would have to do in the actual game, or is that more just how you set up the Docker? Director of the server is not immutable anymore. Oh, okay, so basically you're just saying like save the server stuff to the working or root directory or whatever versus like just so that you don't have the server stuff saving in the same location as the user stuff? Kind of what you mean? Or... Okay. Yeah, I'm already doing that. Because, yeah, obviously it would be annoying if all your server stuff saved into the user stuff, so... Yeah, the server, like, when it loads up a world or anything, you can actually specify what it points to, so... Inside the settings file, you can specify a save path for where the save is. And so that basically has all the info. Otherwise, everything else that it generates, like the user ini file, will just be in the working directory wherever the exe is ran. So it shouldn't ever have to rely on user stuff. Someone could send me the dedicated server. I could try my luck. I'm happy to send it over. Yeah. I have you on Discord. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's like some weird Steam thing, because this is the error that we're getting here. This error. It's just saying... I don't know. Did not locate a running instance of Steam. I don't know what it's talking about. Okay, there we go, yeah. I'll send you over the Linux one, and we can just see if it works for you. I don't know. Yeah, you're totally welcome to try it out. All right, there you go. Yeah, let us know how that goes for you, if you have any luck. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on with the Steam stuff. It might just be like... Might be some weird Steam thing I don't really know about it. So I don't know. Let's see what you can manage. Okay, are we good to go here now? I'm gonna also move these poison clouds to a scene again, like I did up here. Just so that's not running a million times. Save that. Same with Spore in here. Bar poison is that. Poisoned, instantiate. I'm not referencing poison anywhere else, right? Yeah, we're good. Let's see if that does anything. Take a shower and try it afterwards. Sounds good, yeah. I should be here. Alright, let's try exporting this on the server again. I just want to see if this fixes the lag at all. This bug has been the bane of my existence. It's not necessarily a bug, it's just bad performance, but it's been a nightmare to fix. Okay. Yeah, it always complains about that, but that's not real. Okay. So, back into, oops. Windows server, run it. I also need to set up a thing on the dedicated server where it changes the Steam ID, the app ID, if it's the server. Because now I actually have a dedicated server app ID. It's not just the same as the regular one anymore, so I need to actually go grab that. It is this one. So this is the app ID for the dedicated server. I just need to copy that so that the server actually runs as like a different thing, right? Can I just join with localhost? Yeah, I can. All right, let's go test this again. Whenever I've tried to do that on Minecraft, for some reason it just doesn't work, but I guess it works here. Alright, I still don't have a weapon. Well, we'll kill him the hard way. Oh. Okay. Let's go test out the lag. Okay, spawning in the poison clouds is fine, with barely any lag. It is spawning the little guys. There's like a weird delay for some reason, them spawning. I don't know why there's such a big delay, but it's close enough, man. I just want to get it playable. I'm not looking for perfect right now. Yeah, the poison clouds seem to still be working. He didn't seem to... Okay, he did spawn... I don't know why there's such an enormous delay. I mean, you guys see what I'm talking about, right? Or like, he goes to spawn in the guy, but then it's like a huge wait for some reason. It's kind of weird. And it's still complaining about all this stuff. I have no idea what's going on. Ignoring Delta for non-authority. I don't think I have like a signal here or something, do I? I don't think I do. There's no signal there attached. There's no signal there attached. So, I don't know what's going on. I don't know anymore. It's good enough. As long as it's not lagging out too bad. Let's test war now. It does lag a little bit, but it's like... Man, it's pretty laggy. Why is it so laggy? I just don't get it. It's frustrating because it's only on the client for some reason, right? I don't get why. Oh, it spawned there. That's not supposed to happen. What? Why did it spawn there? I gotta go take a look at Spore's room. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely getting lag spikes, but it's not completely horrible lag, I guess. Why, though? Why is it so laggy? I don't get it. It's so frustrating. And it does keep complaining about all this Delta invalid synchronizer business. I don't know why. I know that it's not running that stuff on the client, because I'm checking here if it's the server first. And same with Spore. Before I do any of this stuff. Right here, if is server. If any of these shrooms are invalid, erase it. Then right here, if we slam or whatever, we say summon.rpc. And then in summon, I say if is server. So I don't get it. I don't know. It's really frustrating. God. I don't know. You're a funny engine sometimes, Godot. Why does it lag so bad? Say, welcome in. The game is not multi-threaded, no. But like, I guess it's just so confusing to me because this doesn't happen on any other level of the lab, which is just extremely confusing to me. Because it doesn't make any sense. Because on all the other levels of the dungeon, like, it's fine, it doesn't lag at all. But it's just this one, for some reason, is really laggy, and I don't know why. It doesn't even happen on the new dungeon, either. It's like, there's gotta be something inherently about this dungeon that causes so much lag, but I just don't know. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know, it's really frustrating, I can't figure it out. Let's make a better sword. I don't know if that's a good way to deal with it. Yeah, just blame the player server. I mean, it doesn't lag here at all. You can see like everything here is running super great. They even added movement interpolation for all the enemies now, so they walk all smoothly and stuff, right? You can see how smooth they are now on multiplayer. So it actually feels pretty good to fight. I don't know, man. I don't know what I did differently to the lab. I have no idea. Yeah, it's a $1 billion company. People just buy and play our game anyways. I wish. Also, apparently killing Dolores or something, it doesn't, like, what's the word? Do his death animation? Supposedly. And that's a little quirky. A little laggy. I'll work on that another time. Oh yeah, it doesn't. That's very odd. Does it show what happened in here? Is it calling an RPC or something that it's not allowed to? No. Okay. Let's take a look at Caloris. So when he dies, it calls start explosions. So where does start explosions happen? So it just says, if has died, connect start explosions. So yeah, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, I can check the profiler, and all it says every time I do this is it just says integrating forces is taking up all of our performance. And like, I don't know why. Integrating forces, as far as I can understand, is basically like a collision body being instantiated in, right? But there's nothing weird about this collision body, right? So I'm just, I don't know. Just pretty lost, you know? Maybe if I set that to floating mode, it should be on floating mode, but we can go check that again in a second, I guess. I'm gonna fix Caloris's explosion thing really quick. Yeah, so it's just not emitting has died on the client. which I think is happening up here. Actually, nope, that's with the entity up here, all the way up at the top. And that's because it's only being emitted on the server. Let's see here. So if has died gets emitted, I want this to sync on clients and stuff, right? I'll probably just send an RPC. So function has died update or whatever. It's an RPC call local. And in there I'll just do both of these. I'll say I think for the follow, I appreciate it. Okay, so that should sync now for everybody that has died, gets emitted and stuff like that. So it should fix the issue with Caloris. Let's go make sure I don't, like, you know, do any weird stuff with has died. I mean, I don't think I do. I have one here, which is just... Okay, this has got to change then. Because this is running queue free. This is not on the server. Yeah, that's a big issue. So we're going to move that out. Then what happens before death? Just nothing? Alright. Yeah, I gotta be careful with that one. Okay, this is for entity stuff. We already did all that stuff. Okay, so that's literally the only place that it's done. Alright. So, let me think here. Do I use this variable anywhere in a bad way? Oops. Let's check. So this is if this is on Spore. If has died. Yeah, play the animation and do that stuff. We can go look at Spore's scene. Let's see here. He's probably syncing the has died thing. Yeah, let's just not do that anymore. Worst alternative we can have is that you need to run a Windows server. Yeah. I mean, it's okay if we have to figure something out with that. I mean, I have a Windows server in my house. It's just, you know, I don't like the concept of obviously having to release my IP and stuff, right? That's kind of not fun. But I don't know. We can probably figure out a way to do it securely if we need to. Let's see. This is the Mushroom Boss stuff. Yeah, so it should be syncing for him. It's probably working for him because he's just syncing the variable constantly. And he is. Let's just get rid of that, honestly. I think I'd rather do it as an RPC. And then on that, let's also make sure that it's reliable. Do that. What is this? Let's go make sure I don't, like, you know, do any weird stuff. Let's make sure I don't do any weird stuff. Man, I'm getting some crazy popping, aren't I? Let's go make sure I don't, like, you know, do any... What is up with that popping, man? I've been trying to fix that popping on my mic for a long time, and I don't know what's happening anymore. It feels like this lag bug with the dungeon. I've tried everything and nothing's working, you know? It's really annoying. Yeah, totally. Man, I don't know. If you allow me to, I can set it up for you. Yeah, we could do that. We'll wait and see if, you know, Dev Ninja figures anything out with the Linux stuff, but worst case scenario, we just do that. Let's see, Mushroom Boss, because now I don't have to do this or check constantly in here. So play, attack, death. Well, I guess I do want to know that Shake X is going there, so that's fine. Is the game starter outside of multiplayer? Exact same place as well. No, it's only for the client for some reason. I don't know why. Got it. I think I fixed the user's file issue, mounted the Docker volumes incorrectly, but the... Okay. The Steam issue's still bugging me? Yeah. I know, I don't know what's up with that. I do wonder if it's like throwing an error because the server isn't on a machine that has Steam installed or something. It would be really stupid if that was the case, but maybe. I don't know. I might look up that issue online and see if it's like a thing. So what's this? Destroy segment is not allowed? We gotta fix that. Let's go to Coloris. So on hit, it's probably because on hit gets called from both sides. I'll just say if is server. Let's fix that. So the shadow select thing is just sometimes when you save the game and you have an item held, it tells the server that you're picking up that item, right? So it turns into like the shadow one. So it was pretty easy to fix. It was just a matter of if you've saved a state that has a picked up item, then you just have to loop through all the items in the world and make sure that they're not selected anymore or that they're not held. So it's pretty easy. I fixed that pretty quickly. Yeah, anything in there that I've marked as resolved, I have resolved, so. Yeah, I'm just going through and I'm changing how the has died signal stuff gets set, so this might come to bite me later, but we'll see. Wise tree, if has died, then I kill. Wise tree's an entity, so I should probably change him to use if server. Boring hive, that's just doing all the stuff of queuing. Okay, well, I'm curious to see if that does fix the issue with Coloris not doing the thing right, so let's go check. And has died update, that should be reliable, so should always get sent. Alright, let's export the server. Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna do a little research on this Steam bug. Let's look up some things and see if we can figure it out. Alright, so what is the bug that we're running into here? Let me search this. Okay. Godot Steam. Steam API init. Steam API is Steam. Running did not locate a running instance of Steam. Is it because you do have to run it as a Steam user? Say it's a non-error. This was a long time ago. Huh. Alright, so I think the issue is that you do have to have Steam installed, which is dumb. I wonder if there's a way that we can change that, or just like disable that stuff somehow. Then is there any way for us to run the Steam stuff without actually needing an instance? Some client will cause a crash without it. Do we need to pass that Steam app ID text file in? I don't think you need to do that anymore because you can just specify it here, but I think I do have that in the Starground files. Let's go see. Steam app. I don't have that in here anymore. I don't have it in the build, right? No. Do I have it in my editor folder? I do. Steam app ID. But that shouldn't matter, because that's just for exporting it out with the right app ID. Okay, well, let's approach this from a different angle. Run Godot Steam without Steam installed. Let's see if there's any info on the, on here. Let's snooze the ad. Put the dedicated server stuff on hold. Yeah, I mean, I think I know why it's throwing that error, which is just that you need to have Steam running. Or you need to, not running, but you need to have Steam installed on the machine, I think. Which is stupid, I know. It's, I don't know why that's a thing. Yeah. Yeah, sure, try the debugging option off. Yeah, without Steam, you can do this. But I don't really want to get rid of the Steam stuff. I want to be able to do it. Is there any info about dedicated servers? Let me search the Discord, see if anyone's brought it up there. Wherever that is, there it is. And just search dedicated server. That's written in C++. Bad cert. Need server for peer-to-peer. Servers for dedicated servers. Okay, is this the thing? They're mentioning the ability to log in to Steam anonymously. Interesting. Wonder if I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I'm gonna go to bed now. Sounds good. Well, thank you for your help. I do appreciate it. Hopefully we can get this figured out. I mean, I don't know if you'd be able to install Steam on the server thing. I think you just need the files. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out, but yeah. It's all good. We can get around to this later. I mean, it's not a huge rush. I'm not like... We don't have to get it done immediately. I'm gonna keep looking into this and see if we can figure out what's going on, so... I've got all this stuff. This is just for, like, all the stuff. Yeah, it's exporting fine. It's just I need a... I mean, am I able to import Godot Steam into this? I did not fish today. We gotta do that. Select your Godot source, Godot modules folder. Let's take a look at the... Oh, this is for compiling ourselves. I don't want to compile. Ah, my eye. There are releases, but the issue with this is the Godot Steam server. It's like a full build of the editor, so it's not going to work because I have to be able to use the multiplayer peer. I mean, I guess I could just disable the Steam stuff if I think about it. Is there anything in here that I actually need Steam for? Because, yeah, I'm passing in, like, the Steam IDs for verification. But I don't think it matters. I could probably just get it set up so it doesn't use Steam. I don't know. Yeah, give it a try, though. To see if you can figure anything out. I could run through all the code in the game and disable Steam for the dedicated server export. It does kind of suck, but... I mean, there's not like a ton of it, you know? I can just look for anywhere I reference Steam dot. So, hey, Pluto, thank you for the follow. Like all this stuff, it's mostly just the initial connection stuff, but I'm not going to be using Steam anyways, because I'm using like a set static IP, so... Yeah, I think really the only place that it happens in is just, like a couple things in here, like Steam run callbacks. I know there's a way to disable Steam, so let me see if I can do that. Yeah, removing Steam, right, is how you do it. Okay. Yeah, the IP setting should be pointing to the local machine IP, so if you're just like, if that's the only thing or whatever, if you're just using a remote server, then you can just set that to a star. Just quote, asterisk quote, to bind to all of the available IPs. If it's like on a machine though in your Wi-Fi network, then you do have to put a the local IP of your machine. So at least it's recommended. Otherwise, you're gonna have issues. Yeah, it's just for binding on a network interface. Exactly. Yeah. Because otherwise I've had issues where, like, if you don't bind that and then you open up the game again, it fails. Just, yeah, causes problems. So we got ads. My apologies, guys. If engine has singleton Steam. Interesting. That might be a good way to do it then. Let's just do that. Then that's how we can tell whether we have Steam or not. Okay, so I'm just gonna make a thing up in here, global. Could it be cross-platform, switch on/off, and Steam API for non-Steam users? Well, let's see. Do you check for Star by yourself? I don't know, that's just how Godot does the multiplayer server stuff for some reason. Yeah, I know it's usually 000, but if you look in the documentation, it says the wildcard is this one, is just a star. You might be able to put 000, but it just says to do star, to do an asterisk, you know? But yeah, as far as the Steam cross-platform stuff goes, it should work for everybody, Steam or not. It's just that I've got a default to turning Steam off so that it doesn't throw a million errors and things fail to load, right? Because yeah, I think in here I mentioned Steam, and I think that's why it's, yeah, it's because I'm running Steam callbacks and all that stuff. I just need to make sure that Steam is actually, like, real. So let's do that. So I think that's all I need to do. Let me go ahead and look at the error again, just to see if that would be the... I guess I do need to check if Steam actually was able to load or not, so let's do what they do here. Yeah, see, we're saying initialize. Failed to initialize Steam. So that's if you're running it on something that doesn't have a... Yeah, we can just do it that way, I think. So I guess we can just run that before anything. So I think we can just do that inside of... I'll just say Steam enabled is false. And then if we go into our main loop here. So we're going to say if it's a dedicated server, don't do anything. Or actually, let's just do this. So we'll just initialize everything here. We'll just call this function initialize Steam, right? Function initialize Steam. I'm just going to copy this here. Boom. Now all the spacing is messed up. So let's fix that. So, blah, 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 let's see, initialize. What is this? Oh, there's actually an error in there. Funny. Oh, maybe not. Oh no, it is. It's just, yeah. So that everything else is broken. Okay, so this is, I think this is the issue with the Steam stuff. I think it will work after this. I've just got to make sure it's all disabled. So let's see. I'm just going to reference these up here. Ooh. Our Steam API. It's an object. Type null. Okay. So now, what's everything else in here? Is the user online? Okay. Then what's all this? It's setting that stuff. Okay, Steam ID, Steam name. Maybe we don't really need that stuff. Also, let's just set this to a type of... Oh yeah, I can't set it to a type of Steam because it's going to die. That's annoying. Okay. Well, this should work, I think, so I can disable that. I don't really need that stuff. Okay, so if we do have Steam, we'll set the platform, which we don't really need to do that. We don't need a platform. Then we're going to get the singleton. We're going to say, try and initialize it here. The Steam initiate. Then we print whether it did. And if it has successfully initialized, or if it hasn't, yeah, if status is not 0, then we say disable all Steamworks functionality. We set Steam API to null. All right. So that's how we can check for this stuff. Then in here, we can also just set, I guess it's fine. We can just have a variable here called Steam API. And I think I can just access that wherever I want. So now I can run through here and find all the instances of Steam. Let's actually go ahead and do that in global. So Steam enabled, we're just going to go down to ready. And we're going to say var Steam enabled is equal to get tree dot Steam API is not equal to null. All right, so I think that'll work. Now, everywhere I mention Steam, we're just going to do that in here. Just mention Steam dot, right? So stuff like this, I mean, it shouldn't matter. Well, let's see. Oh, because, yeah, we're going to have to replace everything that says Steam dot with our new API thing, with our reference to it, because otherwise it's going to complain that it's not there, right? Let me look at the issue. Well, it's not that it couldn't find the Steam singleton, it's just that we need to know whether it's enabled or disabled. So that's actually okay. We can just say this is type of Steam, right? Then now we just check for all the Steam functions in here. Which there's going to be a whole bunch. Now, we only really need to deal with the ones that actually happen on the server. I mean, we don't want it to run Steam callbacks unless we're the server, so we can just say that. Or unless we're a client, I mean. Oh, but that's not the case, because we do want it to run if it's successfully loaded. So we just have to say if is or Steam enabled. Then we run Steam callbacks. So that should fix the issue, I think. Okay, so let's run through here with all this stuff. That one doesn't matter. Steam GD, I don't think any of this is going to happen because we're not in Steam mode. Lobby button. That's like a Steam thing. That's not the same. This won't matter. Multiplayer setup. This won't matter either because we're not creating a lobby, a Steam lobby. Let's see here. Get Steam ID. If Steam is lobby. Exit game doesn't get called from the server. That does pass in some Steam stuff, but it doesn't actually call anything Steam related in this function, so we should be good there. Steam run callbacks is now checking for that. Then the Steam Deck thing. That's the only other one. Otherwise, I think Steam Deck by default is false. Hey, off the rails, what's up? Welcome in. How's it going? Thank you for the hydrate. There's not much left in there. That's it for that. It's going. Nice, nice. Yeah, we're currently just dealing with a bunch of funny bugs with dedicated server stuff right now. Trying to figure out all the issues in here. Yeah, I think the problem is that it's trying to initialize Steam stuff or access Steam stuff when Steam isn't actually installed on the machine, so I just need to go through and fix that. And hopefully that should fix all these problems, I think. But yeah. I still don't know what all these are about. Scene replication business. No idea. Figured that out eventually. I do think it has to do with the guys spawning in, but I don't know why. I wish these error messages would tell me more. Because it doesn't, like, explain where it's coming from. And that's always really frustrating. Alright. Let's see, main loop. Godot Steam to use for their game. Let's see. I need to make it so I can still open the overlay because it has this initialize on startup thing. Might have to turn that off, maybe. Bed callbacks. Well, I guess it'll just do it again here. Well, it might be okay. Let's give this a try, I suppose. What is this? Okay. Yeah, so it's going to complain about the Steam stuff. That's what I'm working on fixing right now. I think I know what to do now, or how to fix it. And yeah, it's calling user data not found, save file not found. Deblata said something about fixing that. Apparently he said he did the Docker wrong or something. He said mounted the Docker volumes incorrectly. So I don't know how he did it wrong. Yeah, the directory where, I mean, it should be the working directory of just wherever the exe is. But otherwise it would be, I mean, it shouldn't matter where it is. Yeah, I wonder why it's saying user data not found though. Like, what is it doing? Because it should say that it's like, or it should know that it's a dedicated server. So it shouldn't be trying to load the user data. Because if you look in here, it'll only do that if we say load user data, load user settings on ready. It should only do this if it's... Oh, does it do it here? Load user settings. Hold on, I might be stupid. Oh, I think I say save user settings only if it's... That's probably the issue here. Okay, no, that's actually fine. I think that's my fault. So yeah, loading user settings, don't worry about that. I don't think it matters. Did it crash? And then yeah, it's saying save file not found, so you have to create a... It didn't, okay. Did it show anything after that, like saying generating world and then successfully loaded and stuff like that? Because for example, when I run up the server over here, and I go to... Okay, it did not. Interesting. So I think what you have to do is create a world file. I can send you over just an empty world file, just to see if that's the issue. Or let me just modify it so it creates one if it can't find it, honestly. Let me just do that. So that's going to be in global ready, I think. Well, let me just find dedicated server. Document ban setup. Okay, so this is where it's going to start like creating the world. So it's going to say dedicated server path is that. This will find settings. So you did set that up, right? So here it's going to start host with save path, which is going to be that. Okay, so that should be null by default, so it should be okay. Let's see, what does it say in here? So where does it print that message? Let me find where that's happening. Save file not found or unreadable. So this will only get printed in here if it attempts, I think, to open a save file. So that's interesting. Because save name here and load game. Right, that should just default to null, so it should, Oh, did you specify a path to a save file in your settings file? Okay, so that's why it's failing to load the world, because it's not actually a real world file, I presume. Or did you put a real one in though? Like a real world file? Did you load up the game and generate a world and then drag that over, or did you just put like a placeholder file? Or did you not put any file? Because if you specify a path here... Oh, you didn't even create the... Okay. That's probably the issue. Because what's going to happen here is it's going to grab the save path, and then it's going to try and open that world. But since it can't actually open the file, it's going to say it failed to open. So I think what you need to do here in this case is just get rid of that key. Don't even point to it. So inside of our settings file here, after creating it says the same message. Well, just try this. Try getting rid of the save path key in here and just see what happens. See if that loads normally. It should just load a new world, but you know, see if it works. I mean, I can set up some code in here for it to like be like, oh, if it couldn't open the world, then it generates a new one. I mean, that might be a good idea, just for the server loading at least. Oh, no default was given? I thought this returned a default. Oh, if it's not specified, then it returns that. Okay, I'm gonna specify that error now. That has a default, that has a default. So that should be okay. So if it doesn't, let's see. I know somewhere I mentioned world.dat. Let me find where that was. Alright, that's for saving the world. I just save it as world.dat. Okay. Nine through 12 should be string or null then, so you need to check for null. Oh yeah, back in here. If we go back up to ready. So yeah, this should be string or null. Save path. I know, it's okay, I'm here. Yeah, so just checking for null. I have this now, so if the save path exists, it'll be a string, but otherwise it'll just pass as null. So then when start host gets ran, it'll pass in the save path as null. So it'll do all this stuff, and then it'll say load game. Wherever that is in here. Or I think initialize game, and then it says load game. Yeah, null. See if the save path is something, then it tries to load it. Otherwise, load game null. That's set save path, huh? I think I do that in start host. I think I set the save path. Yeah. Okay, so that should at least create a new world then when you specify no path. So even if you specify a path to a real world that you've generated in Starground, it's not working? Because that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Doblato did say something about that, but I don't know what his solution was, right? So I don't think I need any of these settings set. Keybinds. Yeah, don't worry about the user data thing not being found. Actually, I'll just print if os.get feature, right? Or has feature, yeah. As long as we're not a dedicated server, then we say that. Otherwise, that's just intended behavior. Okay, so that fixes that issue. I wonder why it would still be causing you issues if you pointed an absolute path to it. Unless it's something to do with how Linux does file paths or something. I'm not sure. These are the things I even had open. Forget what I was doing before I did the server stuff. Oh yeah, I was gonna test, let me test Caloris really quick and make sure that that's working, and then I can resend this over to you, and hopefully it fixes your issues, the Steam stuff, and then the world loading and all that. So let me try it out really quick. Here, let me stop that. Oh. Opcode 28. Wait, did that, like, not work? Let me try this again. Or is it just because I closed it in the middle of the function call? Let's see. Nope, that's just a thing. Why can't I call get singleton? It's probably because I'm calling it too early. Probably have to wait a minute. Await a process frame. No, so yeah, the dedicated server thing is just a free thing that you can do. So in Steam, if you already paid the $100 for a game, you can just go to here, and then you can go to your packages and stuff for like different, you know, DLC demos and tools here, and you can just add a tool, and it's completely free. You're allowed to have up to 2, so I just create a new tool, and then just creates it for free. Yeah, Steam is pretty fair when it comes to that stuff. You don't ever have to pay more than the $100. Like, if you pay the $100, you get everything. You can make soundtracks and tools and do all the stuff for free. Yeah, it's nice that Valve does that. They easily could charge another $100 or something, but, you know, they decided not to, so I respect that. So where am I going to call this initially Steam? Because I got to figure this out before global gets called. So that's going to be tricky. I mean, I can put it there, but I think it's going to throw more errors then. Oh, what are all these? Okay, close those. And close all the other stuff, please. Okay. It didn't even run this stuff, did it? It's kind of odd. It should have ran this. I'll just print out something in here. Just wonder if it's because of the time that I'm calling this. I don't know. Might have to just call this in the ready event of the global script, which would be okay, I guess. Let's see what this does. Just trying to figure out where this gets called. Okay. It's not getting called at all because it's not being called on a regular client, right? So let's just move all this stuff over. Let's do this in global, I think. Just before we access all the Steam stuff in here, it should be okay to do it here. So we just do it here. Or just call initialize Steam. Right there. Now we can say Steam API and all that business. So in here, Steam enabled will be true. And if it's null, then we'll say Steam enabled is false. Now we don't have to do this stuff. So we're going to get the singleton. Actually, we don't need to get the singleton anymore. We just need to say, does it have it? Then we say steam.initiate. Did it initialize? We're good. And then do all this stuff. Let's do that. There we go. Okay, let me try this. Sorry for the wait. Just want to see if this fixes the Steam stuff. Yeah, I make all these guys wait around. I didn't realize that a lot of these bugs are actually just my fault. But no, it's okay. That's why I need to go through and check these things, right? Okay, so that looks good. It shows, did it initialize? Status 0. So that means it's successfully initialized. Now, can I access the overlay? I can. So that's interesting. So I think we're good. So now I can just move on here. Let me try exporting this again for you and see if you can get it working. So export project, do that one. And I do need to go check some other things with like Caloris now, because we changed how the has died signal gets sent and stuff on multiplayer, so should be completely fine on single player because it's a local call, so it just happens instantly, but I do need to check the server again for Windows. So let's go check that. All right. So I'm going to send that over to you again. I'm really hoping that this time it'll be fine. So let's delete those. Copy those over. And once that's done, I will send that over. All right. Alrighty, give that one a try. Sending over now. Let me know if that works. It shouldn't, hopefully it shouldn't show all the Steam warnings now, because I'm basically just saying, well, if you don't have Steam, then just don't worry about it, right? The server doesn't rely on Steam at all. There's no Steam checks that it has to run, because all the Steam stuff is from the client side, right? So it should be fine to just completely disable the Steam stuff. So let me know what happens with that. I'm gonna go ahead and test the Windows server here, just for that one change I made with the stuff. So let's go do that. Yeah, hopefully we can get this working. I definitely do want to have a Linux server, you know, because it's just good to have a Linux server. Most people, well, I don't know if most people, it's hard to say, but a lot of people will probably be running servers through Linux. All right, so let's, server should be open. Yep. We're all good. So now we go here, connect to the server. Okay, let me test some stuff out. Yeah, I mean, any serious server hoster is going to be using Linux. So, yeah, it's definitely important. I don't want to just throw my hands up and be like, oh, whatever, use Windows, because I got to make sure it works for Linux too. All right, so let's go to Tephra and test all that stuff out again. Actually, before I do that, though, I'm going to give myself a better sword. Oh, give Dragon Slayer. Give Schrommel. Oh, I already have a sword. Oh yeah, I'd already saved the game, I forgot. So I didn't have to do that. Okay, let's go over here. Forgot that auto-saving exists. So I just want to make sure that he's going to do his death animation properly. Before he wasn't, because the server wasn't syncing the has died thing properly. Also, I don't know why I'm not getting the hit animation. That's actually a problem. Am I just not getting that at all? Let's go somewhere else. Like if I get attacked by an enemy. It's happening from them. So I wonder why Caloris doesn't do it. Might be something wrong with Caloris. Freshman boy. Yeah, this is a... What is this? It's a shirt that I got on Amazon. Johari West, I think, is the brand. They sell like I'll show you the shirts. These are the shirts. I like them. I think regular button-up shirts are fine, but I like the the Hawaiian vibe with a lot of these. It's just kind of fun. So these are pretty epic. Some of them were pretty nice, like pretty subtle, and then some are more crazy. So they've got a bunch of different patterns. But yeah. Got a date tonight? I don't. I don't. But maybe one day. We'll see. Okay. So yeah, that's weird that I'm not like getting the attack animation. There's definitely something wrong with that. Is the server... Oh yeah. There's a bunch of issues on the server. I'll take a look at that. No, I'm not lying. It's kind of hard to date and stuff when I'm living in my parents' house, so... Maybe one day. So let's kill this punk. I'm gonna die. Oh my god, I have this set. God, true. Ooh. So I have regen. Oh my god. This guy does crazy damage. Wait for his funny dashes. Come on, guy. Okay. Ow. Ow. Okay, there we go. Now it does the explosions and he dies normal. So that's good. But obviously there's some other issues in here. All this appear stuff. I don't know what's going on with this. It says, nobody look at the RPC configuration for appear at the path. This happens when the method is missing or not marked for RPCs in the local script. Let's go look at that. So we're just going to search for... Let's see, Caloris. Up here? Or it's somewhere. Let's find this function. Oh, that's actually for the mole shroom, isn't it? Which I don't know why it's complaining that I can't do it. Oh, that's for the door. So let's go look at the door. I'm looking at the code here. So... Up here. No. Oh, right. I've had this happen before. I don't know what causes it, but... Like, there can be weird issues where, like, the RPCs, like, point to different things randomly, so... I don't think this is real. This is just, like, a fake issue. Seems like CMCMD has to be installed. Interesting. Yeah, with error. Okay, so it ran it twice, which is funny. Did it crash or is it still running? Because I don't think it matters that this is happening with the Steam stuff. I mean, I can go ahead and go back into global and see if I can change that behavior. Yeah, I would just ignore it. I don't think it actually changes the server. So don't worry about it. Is a client on Steam able to do multiplayer? Yeah, that should be absolutely fine. You can join with Steam. Or, well, don't join with Steam, just connect manually, obviously, but yeah. But you can still be on Steam. That's actually better that way, because then you can use Steam IDs as like the way to distinguish players apart, so yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I can stop it from complaining about that, because essentially what I'm doing here is I'm running it, it's failing, and that's why it's throwing all this stuff. Now, did it print out after that? After it ran the second one, did it say this message? Did Steam initialize? Did it do that? Or did it just not throw that at all? It didn't at all? Okay, that's interesting. It must be blocking then. But it didn't complain about any of the other things. So it is working, kind of, but not. Before it complained that it couldn't find like utils classes and stuff, but now it's just saying, you know, regular old stuff. Now this is interesting though. Couldn't find the given section and key save path, no default. I did give it a default though. So I don't know why it's complaining again. I said the default is null. Does the default have to be different from null? Oh, or set to null. Okay. Well, it doesn't actually run a real error, so don't worry about that also. I'm pretty sure it's... I think it's both, because I think some functions that need reliable ordering depend on TCP, and I know most of the regular multiplayer stuff uses UDP, so I would just open both. I'm pretty sure. Unless it does just UDP, it's either both or just UDP, so you could try UDP first if you want. Check the general. I mean, there are a lot of ambiguous translations. Also, I need more context for some words. Yeah, if you've got questions about what some words mean, just leave a comment, and I can reply to all those. So yeah. That's fine. Yeah, so are they... Yeah, you can just leave the comments on all these different keys in here. Oh yeah, it's probably in general. I'm looking in the wrong spot. And then I'll go through here, and some of these keys I have left over here, comments on the left, just kind of explaining further what I mean. So there might already be a couple for those. Just be on the lookout for that. But yeah, if there's not already a comment over here on the left, then just add a comment here on the key or whatever, and I can describe it more. Or actually, just add it over here on the left, right? So if you don't know whatever, let's say you don't know what donut is in reference to, or Steam is, then yeah, just over on the left, add in a comment, and I'll add another comment to explain what it is. Okay, so why is it... Yeah, so it's still saying null, or it's still throwing an error because it's not that. I'm just going to say false, or I'm just going to say empty string is the default. So now I'll say if save path is equal to an empty string, then I'll just say save path is equal to null, so that it passes in the proper thing. Okay, so that should fix the save file error. I'll just say print no path specified, creating a new world. Even then, I feel like I don't see the full picture of what it's referring to. Okay. Well, yeah, if you need, like, I'm also happy to send over images and stuff of what it is in game, if that helps too, if, like, the comment doesn't really explain it enough. So, yeah, just let me know. I'll be on the lookout for comments over here on the left. Let's see what we got here. Okay. I mean, it looks like you connected. Yeah, don't worry about the not supported by this display server. That doesn't mean anything. That's interesting. Request data. Expected an argument called 0. Okay, so these are just stupid bugs that I didn't fix, so I should be able to fix these. Actually, it could be... What's probably happening here is that you're... What version of Starground are you playing on? Are you playing on the experimental one? Because it's probably... Okay, yeah, that's probably why it's throwing all those errors, just because I changed the RPC configuration, so... Don't worry about those. But yeah, I think it's good then. I mean, it seemed like... can you send me the IP so I can try connecting too? If that's okay. Because I just want to see if I'm able to connect, you know, from a completely different area and machine and stuff. Yeah, it'd be great, especially for some machines. Awesome. Yeah, I'll connect in a minute. Okay, so you're just testing locally. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Well, if you're able to connect locally, it should be completely fine, you know, on like an actual server, so... I will, update Blotto with all the stuff that we did. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, I know it's throwing the errors and stuff, but it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just stupid how... I can't, like, check if Steam exists before I attempt to initialize, you know, so it's gonna throw the errors, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it should be okay. Oh well. Okay. Well, I'll tell Deblotto what we've discovered, and hopefully Deblotto can get it running just fine. So yeah, still gonna be a couple quirks I've got to fix with multiplayer, but it seems like we're working it out. So yeah, by default now, this is not going to throw this error anymore if you haven't specified a path. It's just going to print out this. No path specified, creating a new world. And then that's just going to create a world at the working directory called world.dat. So that should be fine. Testing with experimental in a minute. Okay. Yeah, that should be a little more stable. It is technically a little out of date even compared to what I have now. So it'll probably still throw those RPC errors, but yeah, don't worry about that though. All right, well, I'm gonna end stream because we've been going for 4 hours, but thank you gamers for coming. I'm glad that we were able to fix some of that stuff. So yeah, hopefully we'll be all good to go with dedicated servers. Yeah, I'll resend the thing over to Deblotto and hopefully... I didn't fish. I will fish right after. I gotta go because apparently dinner's being served now, so... But I will fish tonight. I will play in the Minecraft server at some point. I'll try and maybe play tonight. I think I'll have some time too, so... Who do we want to raid here? Dom's is doing stuff. I do not know. There's not so many RPCs in the forest, I'll never destroy things. I think if there's a mismatch between the RPCs, then yeah, it's gonna complain. It's gonna be like, oh, I don't know which one is which, you know, because I don't know, it's some way that like Godot indexes them, so I wouldn't worry about it. Check me out later. I'm about to start my stream making an IRC client and Go. Okay. Raid you yet? Yeah, no, that's all good. I'm gonna raid out to I don't know. Who do I raid? What is Adagon doing? Adagon's playing games, testing people's games. Project Fraudulent, whatever that is. Let's raid Adagon. It's been a while. All right. Thank you, gamers, and thank you, Dev Ninja, for testing stuff. I think that we're on the right track. We've just got to update the new experimental build, which I'll do that before I message to Blotto and stuff, and hopefully it'll be fine. So once we have that all running and 0.13.1 or 0.13.1 is out, I'll obviously make an announcement on the Discord server, and we'll test some stuff out. So, all right, I'm gonna run up that raid. Thank you, gamers. Be sure to check out Off the Rails once they're up and running. I'll give you a shout out. Boom. All right, we're gonna go raid Adagon. So thank you, gamers. I'll be live on Friday, and hopefully by then we will be on to the automation stuff, the new automation update, instead of just bug fixing constantly. So all right, bye, gamers. Bye bye. Bye bye.